Eric Frohardt, welcome to the show, man.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me.
It's good to have you. So
It's good to be here.
Eddie Penny connected us.
Yep.
I love Eddie.
Yep.
He's a huge inspiration into my faith journey, and wow.
Yeah, that's awesome.
How long have you guys known each other?
So Eddie and I were together at Gold for a while. I didn't know him before he got there because I came from Team 5 and he came from, I want to say Team 2.
Team 2, yeah.
So I think I got to Gold a little bit before him, and then he got there, and then, I met him and we started working together.
Right on.
So
Right on. Good dude.
Yeah. Great.
Well, I'm glad we connected.
Yeah, I'm thrilled to be here. Thanks, man.
Thrilled to have you. So let me start you off with a introduction here, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Eric Frohardt. You spent nearly 12 years as a Navy SEAL serving with both SEAL Team 5 and Naval Special Warfare Development Group. You deployed around the world, specialized as a sniper, point man, and lead climber, and completed climbs of El Capitan, Denali, and
Aconcagua.
there it is. You were medically retired as a SEAL Operator Chief after combat injuries and a medical condition that cost you a kidney. Since leaving the military, you've built and led high-performing teams across multiple industries and now serve as Chief Standards Officer at Goldenrod Companies. You're a leadership speaker, board member, husband, father of 4, and a committed follower of Christ. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, bro.
Got you a present. You want to see it?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Do I get up or?
No, I got it. Since you since you don't have any truck guns,
Dude,
thought maybe you might like one of these. So
that is the ultimate.
do you know what that is?
Oh my gosh, bro. That is sweet.
That's the Sig Sauer Rattler. So SBR version with the collapse or the foldable stock. Fixed iron sights. That's one of Sig's new red dot optics up there. It's got a Sig flashlight on there with the thumb activation switch. And then Silencer Shop.
Oh my gosh.
They heard you were coming too. So the gun is from my friend Jason over at Sig's.
Yeah.
And then Silencer Shop heard you were coming, so they wanted to throw a can on there, a suppressor. I love Silencer Shop because they do all this extra stuff for the Second
Yeah.
Amendment.
Yeah.
And they were pumped that you were coming on the show, so they wanted to to present you with a brand new 300 blackout truck gun.
Bro. First of all, thank you to you. Thank you, Sig and Silencer Shop. That is freaking amazing. How does this work?
You got to push the top thing down.
This thing down?
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Dude. That is
Suppressor's illegal in Nebraska, right?
Yeah.
Cool. I thought so. Did you use 300 blackout at DEVGRU at all?
They were starting to a little bit.
Really?
But then I always ran a 416, a P226 before they were switching. And then some of the dog handlers and maybe EOD guys were running the, what was it? The MP7, right? The little,
Yeah.
and then when I did recce work and sniper work, once in a while, what was it? The 417, but that thing was just big and loud. So most of the time, 416.
Right on.
Yeah.
Right on.
This is freaking amazing. Thank you.
Maybe you can use these on your next adventure.
Yeah, for
the
sure.
climb.
These are awesome. Thank you.
So you're leaving at the end of the
legal
month.
in all 50 states.
Legal in all 50 states.
I got to take these back to Nebraska, man. Get them past the drug dogs.
You'll be good. I've got them passed several times. But maybe you can use those on your climb. You're getting ready to leave on a climb, right?
That's right. That's right. Getting ready to climb Kilimanjaro. We're taking off in about almost 20 days. It's just 21 days. So we are climbing. My son and I, along with 8 other climbers, are going to go climb Kilimanjaro to help raise money and awareness for Global Partners in Hope, which is it's a nonprofit based in Omaha that does work in West Africa. Specifically, they build water wells and medical treatment facilities, kind of like treatment centers in kind of underserved French, kind of the French-speaking West African area.
Right on, man.
Oddly, I met the CEO and founder of Global Partners in Hope when I was moving to Nebraska. I emailed my former commanding officer at DEVGRU. He was Captain Moore when I left, and now he's retired Admiral Scott Moore. And I told him, and I was telling a lot of my friends, like, I'm leaving Colorado. I'm moving to Omaha, just giving people a heads up, right? And I had stayed in touch with at the time, Captain Moore. Anyway, he's like, you got to go meet this guy, Ian, when you move to Omaha. He runs a nonprofit there. He's connected to everyone. So a few months after I lived there, I go and meet Ian Vickers, and he started Global Partners in Hope and is the CEO and executive director. I go and meet him, and before he had started that, he was a pastor of a church and built a big church in Omaha. And then before that, he mentioned to me that he preached in a very small town in Northwest Iowa. And the town was the same town as where one of my aunts and uncles lived. And I asked, wow. I'm like, do you know my aunt and uncle, Joyce and Alvin? And he's like, oh my gosh, I pastored their church in Northwest Iowa. Not only that, he lived with them while he was trying to move into his house.
Wow.
So we kind of connected. He started to introduce me to some people in Omaha. Eventually he asked me to be on his board. So now I'm a board member, honored to be on the board of Global Partners in Hope. And a couple of, I think it was the end of 2025 at one of our board meetings, we had heard about a similar nonprofit that was doing a climb in Africa, climbing Kilimanjaro, to raise money and awareness for their cause. And one of us kind of posited the idea of doing it for what we're trying to support. And then before I knew it, we had 10 of us signed up to go climb Kilimanjaro. So we are going to leave in 20 days. And the money we raise from this climb is going specifically to water wells and medical treatment facility there. And in that part of Africa, like, access to clean water is so limited, and just having clean water saves so many lives. And not only does it save lives, it gives women and kids more time, because kids during the day, they might be sent to fetch water from somewhere that has clean water.
Yep.
So now they're spending their day fetching water. They can't get educated. So just a well makes a huge difference. And the wells that Ian builds and that Global Partners builds, they are self-sustained. So when we build these wells there, we train the locals how to operate them. So when money is raised, we don't go back to donors later and say, hey, we need that well we put in, it needs to be fixed over and over again, right? Yeah. Like, they're self-sustained. And the treatment facilities we build are the same way. And we're like, a little bit goes so far there. Like, Ian teaches at a college in Omaha, Creighton. And I've seen him like ask the kids, like, hey, who in here was, born from C-section? cesarean section. And generally something like, I don't know what the percentage is now, but it could be 10, 20% or whatever it is. I have 4 kids all born by C-section, right? And he's like, now put your hands down because you wouldn't be here. Because in places like West Africa, if the mom needs a C-section, like the mom dies, the baby dies, right? Yeah. So in this little treatment facility there, couple hundred people and a couple hundred moms will be alive because of just a new little hospital.
Wow.
And the crazy thing is, like the hospital that he's building there, that treatment facility, it's something like $180,000.
I saw that.
Which is, even in Omaha where it's very affordable, like you barely buy a house for that in our country. So we're climbing Kilimanjaro to raise money to help with the well and a treatment facility. And, we're going to go whatever, it's 44 miles and you start at like 12,000 feet and you finish at 19,400-ish. So it's 44 miles and whatever, 7,000 foot of elevation gain. And we're going to spend 7 nights sleeping in a tent, eating dehydrated food and hiking all day. And, it's hard, but like we're choosing to do it. You know what I mean? And their days are that hard and they don't get to choose. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, man, that's cool. Is there we'll put the link in the description for anybody that wants to pitch in on that.
We have a landing page for all the different climbers, and each separate climber has their own landing page, and my son and I have our own page, and I'll give you the link. And I mean, $50 goes a long way. So, very
Perfect.
exciting.
Noble cause, man.
Yeah. Thank you.
So let's get into your story.
Let's do it.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in a very small town in northwest Iowa called Sac City, Iowa. I was born in Fort Dodge, Iowa. It's like 40 minutes away from there. And I was raised in a small town and grew up mostly working on the farm. So my mom was a nurse and my dad was a farmer. And, I spent as much time as I can remember out on that farm. So, yeah, very small town.
What are you guys farming?
We raised corn, soybeans, and hogs. And for us, I think at our highest, maybe we had 800 acres of like corn and soybeans, right? But most of the labor was hogs, because with the corn, you plant it. Same thing with the beans, you plant it and then it's in the field, and then you don't really do much to it until harvest time, right? But year round there was hog work. And we had, like back then it was farrow to finish. So we had like boy hogs and girl hogs, and they had baby hogs. And the way it works now is people generally buy hogs that have been weaned from the moms and finish them out, right? But we had hogs indoors and outdoors, and pretty big operation. So it was I tell people now, like the farm, I learned so much on that farm, and it helped shape me, and it, like, honestly, it forged me. It helped me make it through buds. But like hog farming is like, it's not glamorous.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll bet it's not.
There's no hog farm version of Yellowstone. Right. It's just, and like, I just remember, like, I hated it. Like,
Really?
well, I mean, I liked being on the farm and like working, but then it was like, there were days when you're like, all right, I'm going to hard work, low pay, and, and just sometimes dirty, nasty work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I've told my dad since, I wouldn't trade it for anything, So
Yeah. Do you have any brothers and sisters?
I do. I have two brothers and a sister. So one of my brothers and my sister live in Omaha, and then one of my brothers is in Orlando.
Right on.
Yeah, and we're all very close still. So
Right on.
yeah, I live about a mile and a half from one of my brothers. So
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Where do you fall in the birth order?
What's that?
Where do you fall in the birth order?
I'm the oldest.
You're the oldest?
I am the oldest. Yep.
Right on. What else were you into as a kid?
So grew up on the farm. It was very work hard, play hard, right? Get the work done. But we had four-wheelers. We had a dirt bike. We had a Honda Odyssey, like the old, like single seat dune buggy.
Nice.
Before they renamed a minivan an Odyssey. And, fishing and hunting and just building, like when I was little, like building forts, just all that sort of thing on the farm. Tubing, behind the four-wheeler in the snow and just you kind of made your own fun out on the farm.
Yeah.
Right. Then as I got into like middle school and then in high school, I was, really loved football and lifting weights. So,
Were you close with your parents?
very, very close. So I don't have like a sob story like some people who, joined the military. Like I grew up with very loving parents and who, we weren't spoiled by any means. We worked hard, but we had a nice home. We always had amazing meals and we always spent time together and like watched TV together like everyone did back then. And close to my siblings and, all of that. So, I learned a lot from my parents, and my mom was just so calm and so caring and so loving. And she worked so hard for us. And she was gone a lot because she was a nurse. But she would always still like find time to make our favorite meals and that sort of thing. And she was, most of all I remember about my mom was just her calmness. And that's something that helped me like when I was in the teams, right? And I could always kind of just be relatively calm when things were getting like wild. And my dad, on the other hand, is not calm. Like he's just like this big ball of energy or was. And he, like when I graduated high school, my dad was like, I don't know, like almost 6'5", but 340. And he could, like I was training for football and he could still beat me in a 40-yard dash.
Holy shit.
He's a monster.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And like he can't put his index finger through the trigger guard of a Glock 19. Like he's a beast.
Whoa.
Yeah. And so I'm like,
Holy shit.
I couldn't like, if I like mouthed off to him, he could just pick me up with one hand or whatever. But he, I learned a lot from him too. We worked hard, but he always played with us. He always did things with us. Like kids from other, like my friends would come out because he could work all day and then pull us around on behind the four-wheeler in the snow. Like he always, he's very playful. But then he also, taught us like to be responsible. So like if you had a job to do on the farm, like you were responsible for getting it done and then accountable for the results. Right. So if you left the pen open and the hogs got out, like you better take blame for it and you better go put them back in. Right. And the thing most of all from him was probably just respect of women. So the cardinal offense in our house, like if mom got upset, like we were in trouble and you didn't want to make my dad angry. Like he had a temper, but he's also almost 6'5", 350. Right. Like he could be scary. Yeah. So
I'll bet.
If mom got angry, like we tried to, butter her up before dad got home. So anyway, yeah.
For this show, the biggest thing is preparation. When you're sitting down for a long-form conversation, you can't just show up with surface-level notes. You need real depth, structure, and the right questions. That's where I've been using Claude. It's helped me with research, building outlines, and shaping better questions before I sit down with a guest. I'll take a topic or a guest, run it through Claude, and it helps organize everything and tighten up the structure. It's a tool I use every day, and it has become a huge part of my workflow. Claude is the AI for minds that don't stop at good enough. It's the collaborator that actually understands your entire workflow and thinks with you. Whether you're debugging code at the midnight hour or strategizing your next business move, Claude extends your thinking to tackle the problems that matter. It's not doing the work for me, it's helping me think deeper. I still bring my own perspective, but it sharpens the questions, tightens the flow, and helps me get more out of every conversation. Ready to tackle bigger problems? Get started with Claude today at claude.ai/SRS. That's claude.ai/SRS, and check out Claude Pro, which includes access to all the features mentioned in today's episode. claude.ai/SRS. Were you good at sports?
I thought I was like, so in a small town, you kind of get to do everything.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was younger, it was T-ball and then Little League. And then, I made the all-star team in Little League, but it's such a small town, right? And then there was a time where in the summer I would be doing like baseball and swimming. And I was on an all-star baseball team and an all-district swimmer. But this is a town of whatever, 1,200 people, right? I don't know how big it is now, but it's not huge. I graduated with right around 30.
Damn.
So, but I always loved, like for whatever reason, like I just loved football. And I worked so hard to play football. And so I had played all those sports and basketball, like you kind of ran track, you just did it all, right? Mm-hmm. And back then people didn't specialize either. And it was a small town, so a small school, you kind of could do it all.
Yeah.
If I was in even Omaha now, I probably wouldn't make the team on half those sports in any of those schools, right? So but I think it was by the time I got to high school, I was just so tired of not having a summer, because it was like grade school and middle school. I would have swim team practice in the morning, go to the farm all day, and then have baseball practice at night.
Wow.
And then once the practices were kind of over, there was game times. So there were times where I would have 2 swim meets a week and 2 baseball games a week, maybe a tournament on the weekend, and farming every day. Right. So my summers, they were a blink.
Yeah, the busy kid.
And then, so when I got into high school, like I just had this like epiphany. I'm like, I'm just going to play football. And my summers were going to be spent lifting weights and doing farm work and fishing. Right. And then maybe some, running and conditioning stuff for football. And then all of a sudden, like I just had these awesome summers. Like I was just lifting weights in the morning, or doing the football conditioning stuff, the sprints, farm all day, work on the farm all day. And then, maybe go fishing or go out or something at night. And I like, that was a lot of fun. Right. But I was decent at football. I think my senior year, I was, pretty good. Thought I was, made all state as a linebacker. I think it was like second team all state or whatever, but I'm like, I'm going to get like, and I wanted it really bad. Right. So I went and tried to play football in college, and my dad's really big, And my uncles are anywhere from 6'3" to 6'4" and big. I mean, my little brother, he graduated high school at 6'5", 275. And my cousins are 6'3". I mean, my other little brother right now is 6'3". I'm kind of the runt. But I thought like, oh, I'm going to go to college and I'm just going to go to junior college because I'm just going to hit my growth spurt later. Like I was planning a growth spurt and I'll go to junior college and I'll get like 2 years of football, right? I'll get on their strength and conditioning program and eat some more. And then I'll get better at football. And like 2 years later, I'm going to get this was my plan. I'm going to get a Division I scholarship to Iowa State and play, right? Like that's what I wanted more than anything, right? So graduate high school, I go to a junior college, community college in Mason City, Iowa called NIAC, Northern Iowa Area Community College. And I get up there and I'm thinking like, it's just junior college. It's going to be like 13th grade, right? Like it's not like I'm going to, like back then, like I live in Nebraska now, and in the 90s, Nebraska was like the football program. Yeah. So it wasn't like I was going to play Division I at Nebraska where I, probably wasn't worthy of carrying water, right? And I show up at NIAC, and there were a few people like me, kind of farm kids, but there was also like Division I talent there from other states who were like Iowa and like parts of the Midwest. They have a good like junior college feeder program that like feed the main universities. And there's people there that maybe didn't have good enough GPAs or high enough ACTs.
Gotcha.
And they're getting their grades up to then go play elsewhere. So we had people on our team like get picked up to go play Division I later. And it was a good junior college team. So I get there and wouldn't you know it, I'm like not that good. I had like bulked up a bunch, right? I got above 200 by the time before I went there, but I was trying to play linebacker, and like the linebackers were like 220 and they could run faster than me. Like I had the speed like of a lineman and I was strong. I just couldn't like I couldn't play, right? So I like to say I wasn't big enough, strong enough, or fast enough, but like I just wasn't good enough, right? And it was kind of eye-opening when you just see that kind of talent. But like the cool thing, like I don't have any regrets because like I like to say like, I never achieved my gridiron goals. But I learned so much. Like I learned just like football is a hard sport, right? Mm-hmm. The games are fun when you're good, but practices are hard, right? You're hitting, you're wearing pads. I remember in high school, we were doing two-a-days in Iowa and it's hot, right? So we would have morning practice and then a late afternoon practice. And in between that, instead of going home and playing video games and drinking Gatorade like half my friends, I had to go work on the farm between the morning and the afternoon practice, right? And I might be baling hay and drinking Pepsi, right? Yeah. Like instead of video games. But back to football. Football is hard. It can hurt, but you learn like so much about teamwork and commitment and preparation. Like the more time you spend in the weight room or off-season conditioning, the better you'll be. Like you just learn all these things and you learn kind of like a team sport, how to win and how to lose. Like some people that don't play those sports, like they just like don't have that experience. Yeah. Right. So I learned a lot from football and I never achieved my goals, but like sometimes the person you become in pursuit of a goal is the actual, like you didn't know it at the time, but that's the reward.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we were, I don't know, we had finished a year of football, and I mean, you'll get a kick out of this, but we're watching a movie about SEALs in a dorm room, and I've had like maybe like 3 or 4 natural lights, like the cheap version of Bud Light. Yeah. And I'm sitting there like, and I'm ashamed to say it was G.I. Jane. We're literally watching, and one of my friends in college had like rented G.I. Jane from Blockbuster.
I got hooked on it.
And I watch it, I'm like 3 or 4 beers deep. And I don't know, a light bulb goes off, literally. And I go, I'm going to join the Navy and be a SEAL. I'm not going to play football.
That moment?
Yeah.
Like right there.
Yeah. I stood up. I said this in the dorm room. And we had one dorm room that was like no beds in it. It kind of was converted into, it had like 2 couches and a TV, like a party room.
Yeah.
And I just said, this light bulb went off. I'm like, I'm going to join the Navy and become a SEAL. And someone in the room was like, yeah, whatever. You'll never do it. You can't do it. Like, you're not big enough. Like, it wasn't big enough, but like, I know a guy who was a Marine. He's much tougher. You'll never make it.
Yeah.
Right. And like, in that, like, I just needed someone to say I couldn't do it. And I enlisted in the Navy the next day.
Holy shit. Are
on
you
a
serious?
bet. On a bet.
Still hungover from Natty Light.
Literally from G.I. Jane.
Damn.
Right. Now, I didn't leave the next day. I joined on delayed entry. Right. The DE, it was called.
Were you just hoping that all your teammates look like Demi Moore?
I just thought like, there was something like, you know, like we all have a chip on our shoulder that go and do that. We're like going to prove something.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm like, I'm sitting there in college. I'm like, well, I'm not proving anything here sitting as the 3rd string outside linebacker. Right. I need to go do something different. Right. And I will be the first to say it was we can get into this later, but it was a selfish pursuit. After 9/11, that all changes. Like, cause now I'm like, oh, I'm serving my country, but I joined the Navy to go prove that I could go do something, which that's fine. Right. Like it is what it is. I wanted to prove that I could do it. And then I had someone tell me I couldn't do it. I enlisted in the Navy the next day on a bet. And then I was in the delayed entry program. So I finished out my 1 year of college, because I'm like, I might as well finish this year in case I go back or whatever. And then that time, I think college got over, that year of college gets over in like May something. So from May to October, I'm on delayed entry. And then I go back to Sac City, and I literally have this like period of my life that is like one of the most purposeful seasons that I've ever had, because I was young, like 19. But I knew what I wanted to do with my life. Like I was singularly focused, right? I was going to be a Navy SEAL. I had so much clarity like about that and so much purpose. So and I had gotten this dumb little like printed PDF from the recruiter. It was called the warning order back then. And it's this old school, like, it's like 15 pages of 8.5 by 11 paper that's stapled in the corner, that it has the running program, the swimming program, and then the calisthenics program, the push-ups, the pull-ups, the sit-ups, and the dips. And to me, like, I took that home, and, I had finished my junior year of college, my 1 year of college. And I was like 215 pounds. Like, I had bulked up for ball, but I wasn't getting any faster, and I wasn't still going to play. And I show up back at home, and I got this path, right? And I literally I'm going to spend the whole summer just working on the farm and working out. So I'll that whole time, basically June through October, every morning I would it worked you up to a 2-mile swim, right? So it sequentially got longer. So towards the end of that, 3 to 5 days a week, I'm doing a 2-mile swim in fins in a pool. It's in a rec center indoors.
Shit.
And I remember it was
How many laps is that?
44.
Oh my gosh.
It was 88 lengths.
Damn.
It was 88 lengths or 44 laps. And I would sometimes lose count. So I was I'm trying to figure out how to keep my count. And I would do that every morning, right? Anywhere from 3 to 5 days a week. And then the running program, well, I'll go sequentially. Then there was the push-ups, the pull-ups, and the sit-ups, and they had these pyramids, and it was anywhere from 3 to 4 days a week, right? And they have so much better shit now from the human performance side, and they have they have these programs that the SEAL recruiters give you. This is just an old printed off thing that I got from a Navy recruiter in Basin City, Iowa.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget, I didn't even have pull-up bars. So I build a pull-up bar from a rafter in the barn. And then, I had this piece of carpet on the floor in a shop, a machine shop for push-ups and sit-ups. Just a piece of old, kind of like this, right? That was my PT pad.
Nice.
And then I even built a dip bar in the shop. So it was kind of like Rocky IV, right?
Right on, man.
So I'd do my swim in the morning. I'd go to the farm all day and I'd do chores and do the work or whatever I was doing. And throughout the day, I would take a break and grab a set of pull-ups, set of push-ups, sit-ups, dips, whatever the program called for. And then when sometime late afternoon, maybe when the chores were almost done, or even we had a farm site that was 3 miles away, right, from this one farm site. Mm-hmm. So if that day called for a 6-mile run, I would just put on shorts and run in my boots from this farm to that farm, do chores, and then run back. So I'm farming all day. I do a 2-mile swim every day, farming all day, and then work up to 5 or 6 mile runs every day. And I'm super in shape, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm sure you experience the same thing. You get in this great shape, and then you go to boot camp and get out of shape, at least Navy boot camp.
Yeah.
But a big part of the story that I'm leaving out was my dad's support.
I was going to ask, what did your parents think?
So on the one hand, it was so helpful when someone said I couldn't do it. I needed someone to say you couldn't do that. I was going to prove them wrong. And then I came home from college. I think it was around Christmas or New Year's, the break. And I told my folks, we were at my grandpa's house and getting ready to have Christmas dinner. And I was I had been meaning to tell him sooner, but I just didn't have the courage because I thought he was going to whap me.
Really?
Right? Just jokingly,
yeah,
you dumbass,
don't want you to be a farmer or something?
No, but he wanted us to go to college. Right?
Gotcha.
He didn't want us to be farmer. He's he doesn't want us to take over the farm. It's our experience with farming was long work, hard hours. We didn't make a ton doing it. We didn't have land. He didn't inherit land. We couldn't buy land at the time. It was just a lot of work, and it wasn't for us. Not anyway. He never pushed us. He never pushed us to be farmers. We worked on the farm because that was that paid for room and board, right?
Gotcha.
But in a moment, and he was just, he's so awesome. But I just go, all right, Dad, well, I'm not going back to college next year. I'm going to be a Navy SEAL. I said all that in one breath. And he just looks at me, looks down on me, and he's just okay, well, like, I forget the words exactly, but it's something like, I really think you'll be one of the few that makes it through and you'll be good at that. I'm excited for you, son. Right. And to have that, like, that encouragement, from your dad was just like, so powerful.
Yeah.
And just a reminder, like, hopefully someday, like, I'll be aware enough where someone, if they need that encouragement from me, like, I can mimic that. That makes sense.
What did you tell them you were going to be before that? Was it when you went to school?
I was taking ag business and criminal science classes.
Right.
So I was either going to be a farmer or in the FBI. I honestly didn't know.
Right on.
And part of it was you go to junior college, a lot of it's general ed, and you might change later anyway.
Yeah.
Right? You can get your general ed done at junior college, community college, and then go to university, and you might change your mind by then. You know what I mean? So I wasn't really sure.
What about your mom?
My mom, so yeah, she was a nurse.
No, I mean, what did she think?
Well, she was concerned, right? She didn't know what that was, like what a SEAL was, right? My dad knew because, he'd read even like Rogue Warrior, and like when I grew up, like as a little kid, every Friday, Dad would get a tape. We didn't have a Blockbuster, but we had a corner store with VCR. Like we would have to rent a VCR, and he would bring an action movie home. Could be Rambo or Commando or Die Hard or like some 80s action movie.
Oh yeah, man.
And so like Friday night was always like movie night, and like that like really shaped, he was aware of what SEALs were. And one time we did, I think it was like certainly in the 90s, but he brought home the Charlie Sheen SEALs movie, and like my brother and I watched that, and like the next day at the farm we had this swing set and we turned it into our obstacle course.
Nice.
And yeah. So I was one of those, like for a while I was one of those, like every time I watched a movie, my career path changed.
Yeah.
Like if it was Backdraft, I was going to be a fireman. If it was G.I. Jane, I was going to be a Navy SEAL. So yeah. Anyway, my mom was not, she's supportive of it, but like also like back then, like this is 98, like it wasn't like she didn't know what I was signing up for.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But mom, yeah, I would say, fast forward to 2001, and now I'm on deployment. Like they're turning into prayer warriors just because of the way things changed. So I made it, I don't know, finished my year of college. I had that summer of purpose and trained, and I shipped off and went to boot camp in October.
Right on.
And then boot camp, it's, I'm sure you experience the same thing. Like you get in really good shape, and then you go there and you're just folding clothes and doing dishes. And I mean, it was awful. I mean, was yours the same?
Yeah.
I mean,
Shining
your boots,
your boots, sweeping the floor,
mopping,
a lot of cleaning,
swabbing the deck.
Yeah.
No, boot camp for me,
Basically all the extra motivation you need not to quit, buds.
100%. That's absolutely right.
Oh, this is what I'll be doing if I don't make it.
Right.
This is fucking horrible.
No thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, so I go to boot camp in October of 98, and it's mostly uneventful. There's two things that stand out about boot camp. I met Matt Bissonette, and I were in sister divisions in boot camp.
Oh, no shit.
Right? So I meet him in boot camp. We end up going to Buds one class apart. I go a class before him because he had a longer A school. But then we show up at Team 5 together. We're in the same STT class at SEAL Team 5. And we do, for 2 rotations at Team 5, we are in sister platoons, right? So we're kind of going through all this together. I would have gone to Dev Group the same time he did, were it not for my kidney thing, which we'll get into. So I've known no one longer in the military than him.
Wow.
Right? So met Matt in boot camp, and then it was towards the end of boot camp. And boot camp again, it's pretty easy. A, I was in really, really good shape. And B, like the work ethic you learn on a farm, right? Which just has carried me through so many things, made like boot camp was simple. But at the end of boot camp, I had this like extreme pain in my side, right? And like my parents come to be there for graduation, and like you get to go spend like, I don't think we got to stay in the hotel with them, but like they could pick you up during the day and like take you out to eat or whatever. And so I've been at boot camp, and I'd missed my folks, missed my siblings and my brothers and sister, and they're all younger. And I'm like as boot camp approaches, you're just so excited to see your family. It's been like 3 months.
Yeah.
And you're just so excited to get out on town and eat real food, not this crap from this chow hall. And they finally get there, and boot camp's finally over, and I can't do it because I'm in this, like, I just go back to their hotel room and I'm curled up in a ball on the bed, right? And I just want to be in a fetal position. And I get like, I see the doctors, the boot camp doctors, and they're just like, well, it's probably IBS, irritable bowel syndrome. And eventually it kind of goes away, right? Or whatever. And this is a pain that would plague me like in boot camp, at the end of boot camp, and then once in buds during Hell Week, and then once in sniper school, and then once in land warfare for when I was at Team 5. And I would later find out like it's a kidney stone. So I had this pain.
Been in there that fucking long.
Well, they would pass, right? And they would somehow, the way the doctor explained it to me, like it would get stuck in the ureter is the tube between your kidney and your bladder. And mine was had scar tissue in it. So there would be times where my kidney wouldn't drain all the way. And then if it would get backed up, it would form a stone. Right. So I find out, never diagnosed, like I'm diagnosed in boot camp with IBS and constipation, and it's a blocked kidney. So,
Shit.
And I'll go through that sequentially, but so I finish boot camp, and then I go to whatever. Back then, SEAL wasn't a rate. So I went to A school. I went to Sonar Tech A school in Point Loma. So anyway, that was I think that's 5 weeks, Sonar Tech, but they don't send a 5-week A school graduate into the fleet. They have to go through other training before they're actual sonar techs. And I was the honor man of my Sonar Tech A school, and they were going to give me my choice of orders. I'm like, well, I'm going to Buds.
Give somebody else the first choice.
Yeah, and you had to, as you probably, I don't know, when did you join?
2001.
Okay.
July of 2001.
Got it. Right before 9/11.
Yeah.
So, back then you had to, this was called the SEAL Challenge program.
Same.
And you were going to get E4 out of Buds if you made it, but you had to pass the test in boot camp and then in A school. right?
Yep.
And then the first day of buds, as long as you pass those PRTs, you're in it, right?
Yep.
So you know the drill.
Yeah.
That's what I was doing.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll see if all of the buds candidates when you showed up look like Demi Moore.
Yeah.
It's 3 a.m. You hear a noise in the house, and in that moment, you do not want to be fumbling around, looking for keys, hoping a battery still works, or trying to figure out a plan for the first time. That's exactly why I like StopBox. The StopBox Pro gives you a way to safely store your firearm while still keeping it accessible when you actually need it. It's completely mechanical, so there are no batteries and no keys. And the 5-button interface is designed around muscle memory, so you can open it fast with one hand while still keeping others out. What I like is it gives you a practical middle ground. You're being responsible about storage, but you're not making access complicated in a situation where seconds matter. StopBox is also made in the USA, and they've got a new StopBox UCAN, which uses the same mechanical locking system, but gives you more room for your firearm, ammo, and other gear. For a limited time, our listeners get 10% off at StopBox when you use code SRS at checkout. Head to StopBoxUSA.com and use code SRS for 10% off your entire order. After you purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them our show sent you. Welcome to Hollywood versus reality. They do it, right? What does he do in the movies? Tell me if I'm doing this wrong, because I don't watch any of this shit. Little flick like that, right? Seems pretty cool. It is pretty cool. Gotta silence it. In another lifetime, I did gun reviews for a living. Proprietary magazines, supposedly the best engineering in the world. When that breaks, you're and now we're bringing them back. It does look pretty cool. I gotta admit that. All right, Eric, we're back from the break.
Yeah.
Getting ready to show up to buds.
So, yeah.
What's your first impression? What's it like walking in there?
Well, I was, my time in the military and in the team, like all of it is marked by steep learning curves. They like take people off the street, turn them into SEALs, or in my case, take them off the farm. Right. And first of all, I'm one of the guys dumb enough, like naive enough, like when they're like, who's never been in the ocean before? And I'm like, right. Like thinking it's a badge of honor.
Yeah.
And then, whatever the proctor, whoever the instructor was at the time, he's like, get over here. We got to go catch up. Takes me to the ocean. Like, and I'm in, at the time, PTRR or something, before you're phased up. And he just proceeds to surf torture me until I stop shivering. Right. And I'm like, I had seen the ocean, I guess, technically, because I was in Point Loma for A school, but I never been in it. And like, I didn't realize how cold it was, how cold the Pacific Ocean. Like, I watched Baywatch. That's what I thought.
I watched
That was my
fucking Baywatch.
Well, everyone's running around in swim trunks and,
Bikini
suits.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it can't be that bad. So long story short, I wasn't expecting the water to be that cold or taste that gross, that salt.
Yeah.
But my first impression.
That salt and shit coming up from Tijuana.
My first impression, I don't know, it was kind of interesting. You kind of look around and, you're all kind of like measuring each other.
Yeah.
Like, is that guy going to be here at the end? And
measuring each other up.
Yeah. And I've done it, I've done it recently in a college football or whatever. You're kind of looking around and trying to see where you might fit. And for me, I don't know. I'm sure you had the same experience, but I'm not sure how many people we started with. I have seen and heard it was somewhere around 180 or 160 or whatever. And we graduated 6 months later with 19.
Wow. Damn.
21 total, 19 originals. And if you
21 total, 19. Holy shit. You only had 2 rollbacks?
3, so it's 22. Sorry.
Holy shit.
Yep. And we had, if you took like, just say it's 150 or 190 or whatever it was we started with. I wish I could find this out. And you just took this long, like this big panoramic photo. And I gave you a Sharpie. And I said, now circle, or not you, but if I just gave it to some random person, circle the 19 people that are going to make it through based on appearances. Like you wouldn't have circled me. Like let's say all of our shirts are off or whatever. You wouldn't have circled me, and you wouldn't have circled half the people that made it through. Because you can't really judge someone by their appearance, like in that role.
Yep.
A better example would be Excel. Take all 190 or whatever, however many candidates there were. And every name is on a row. So it's 190 rows, or again, however many it was. And then every column was a measurable. Run time, swim time, obstacle course, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, like tested. And then I just said, all right, now highlight the 19 people who are going to make it. Well, I wasn't in the top. You wouldn't have chosen me. And you wouldn't have chosen half the people that made it. Or even looking at pedigree. Like if you just looked at people's like resume, and there was like some really good, college athletes or Olympic alternate decathlete or whomever that were the best runner, swimmer, push-ups, pull-ups, fastest O-course times, like all of those.
Yep.
And those people didn't make it. Like it's so strange. And then you have like the failed junior college football players and the washed out wrestlers and the whatever. Like it what now for sure there were plenty of guys that looked like they were going to make it through and had the measurables and had the pedigree. Like there were a few of those, but that was more the exception than the rule. So it kind of taught me, like, you can't judge by appearances. You can't judge by measurables, and you can't judge by pedigree, at least in that context.
Yeah.
Because like there's no quick way to measure a guy's heart or what they're willing and able to do, their drive, their determination, their resilience. And that's just revealed over a period of time, which is 6 months, and they call it buds. Right? So to me, like, I think like what makes someone make it through that? I don't know. Obviously there's some grit, there's some determination, there's some stubbornness, all these things. But I think
something to prove.
There is that like, oh, I have something to prove, right? Or a chip on my shoulder. And I'm from such a small town that like when I was going through Hell Week, there were signs in my town. Like I had friends that were from these big towns in New Jersey and California and everywhere in between, and they're anonymous. Like I'm not anonymous.
Yeah.
There's a
big deal. Just to get out. I'm from a similar town, actually about 8 times the size of your town at 8,000 people, but
still small.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, just getting out of a small town is a big fucking deal, right?
Yeah.
you know?
And I
I mean,
mean,
you
I
go back
love,
there today, it's like walking back in time. It's like, holy shit, everybody's still here, which is awesome.
I know I have nothing against that. I love my small town, and I literally the bank signs that have the ticker, like the digital.
Yeah.
My parents are like, "There's your name's on the ticker because you're going through Hell Week,
Holy
like in this
shit.
little town." And so, for me, there's also this pressure, like
Yeah.
I'm not gonna quit. A, I don't want to let my parents down, and B, I don't want to go back to my hometown with my tail between my legs. Most of all, I had something to prove, you know. I wanted to go do something hard. And I think just having it's so many factors, but just being very clear on what you want to do and being willing to do it. Like every time, and I've thought about this a lot, but when I failed at something, it's either I wasn't like crystal clear on what, not just what I wanted to do, but what it would take. Like I wasn't 100% clear on what I'm doing and what it will take to succeed, or I wasn't willing. Like, and there's, it's great to know, like if there's something like to succeed, let's say to succeed as a whatever stockbroker, name the thing, race car driver, two very weirdly different roles. Mm-hmm. But like you have to know what it takes, and then you have to be willing to do what it takes to succeed. And if you're not willing, that's fine. Don't do that. So for me, as I look back and I look at different things since, with the benefit of hindsight, like clarity and willingness are like very important. Right.
Yeah.
And I think in buds too, I mean, there's so many different character traits, but like just resilience, like the ability to bounce back up. Because no matter how good of an athlete you are, you will fall and you will fail, right? Or you will be brought low. And just the ability to return to baseline, I think, like
I think that's a huge part of making it through.
Yeah.
That not enough people talk. I mean, when you're bringing up washed up wrestlers and all that kind of shit, these are all people, these are all kids that have learned how to lose, you know what I mean? And have gotten back up and tried it again and again and again and again. You know what I mean? And I think, you know, when you're talking about the best athletes, because it's the big mystery, right? Like, how the fuck do we learn who the hell is going to make it through these programs? It's been like the question since, at least since I came along, which, what was that, 20 something years ago, you know? And, but yeah, I think that's a big component is people that it's resiliency, right? It's learning how to lose, pick your shit up and get back after it.
Just get back up.
Some people learn that through broken homes. So I think that's why there's a lot of people that come from a broken home that make it in there. And you just really, it's a mixed bag of nuts when you get out, you know? You got rich kids, poor kids, abused kids, like but they all, I think that seems to be a common denominator.
Well, that's why, like I said, like I've heard, you know, the Navy spent millions of dollars to try to figure this out because they want a higher attrition rate. So they're trying to get better, more qualified people into it, but they still can't figure it out. The Army has done the same thing with their special programs. And the answer is like, there is no quick test. It's revealed over the selection.
Yep.
Right. And the recipe is different. Like the recipe that made me get through that, my resilience came from the farm, right? And the toughness that I learned from my parents and playing some football. And, you know, I didn't have the classic sob story, but I mean, I had days in buds that were easier than days on the farm. Like I had farm days that were harder than SEAL training.
Yeah.
And that's where I learned that, right? So I think you're right. I mean, there is like you just look at a picture of like a Bud's graduation photo and you know them all so well. And you think about their stories like New Jersey, California, Florida, my swim buddy from Washington State, right? I mean, he was my swim buddy the entire time, like first, second, and third phase.
Wow.
We both made it through together. And like, you just hear their stories, and then they hear about the kid from the middle of the country on a small farm in Iowa. And like, there's no one story, but there's common denominators, like people who knew how to, I guess, get back up, right? From falling and failing.
What did you find the most challenging
About Buds? So, I was oddly one of there's two of us in our class that never failed one thing the first time, every time. So I never won the timed run, but I was always in the top 5. I never won a swim, but I was always towards the beginning.
No shit. Somebody that had never been in the ocean before.
My swim buddy
one of
was
the top
my
swimmers?
swim buddy was really good at guiding, and I literally just like followed his,
Right on, man.
you know. And I was good at swim. Like I could fin all day, right? Because of my 2 miles in the pool 5 days a week, right? So nothing was, I mean, it was all, I should say, it's all hard, right? But nothing stood out. I wasn't the strongest on push-ups and pull-ups and sit-ups, but I was in the top 10%.
Yeah.
And I was actually quite good at the O course. Just like I have long arms, big hands, and I had grip from the farm. Like, so, cause so much of the O course was like kind of grip stuff. You know what I mean? And I somehow like passed dive physics and pool comp and weapons practical, all those things like the first time, right? Like I just, whatever. But the hardest part about Buds for me was Hell Week. And that same side pain that I had in boot camp revisited me, right? And it was Wednesday or whatever the Steel Pier night was. So the Steel Pier which I think is like the hardest part of Hell Week. And that's my recollection of it is the water temperature determines how long you can be in the water. And then when you get out of they have to take you out of the water so that you don't get past hypothermia or whatever. And it's based on the water temp. And that's based on average weight. So there's a lot of fluctuation, and we all know we don't all have the same body fat. So the Buds instructors have a timetable where they're allowed to keep you in the water, and it's based on the water temp. But on Steel Pier, they make the whole thing miserable by when you get out of the water, you're laying on a pier about this wide, and it's metal, and then they hose you off with a garden hose, right? So it's colder than the water. And that's the night I had another side pain attack. So I'm sitting there just wanting to curl up into a ball. But I'm laying on that pier and just getting kind of jackhammering. And again, at the time I wasn't diagnosed with anything other than IBS they're like, oh, it's IBS with constipation. So now they give me a laxative. Well, now now I have diarrhea and essentially, and it's Hell Week, right? And you don't get to stop and go to the bathroom. I don't know. That's not a very glamorous story, but I at the time I'm not, so I wasn't diagnosed.
What's wrong with them? I don't know. Give them some laxatives.
Cause I'm
Holy
curled
shit.
up in a ball. And and I didn't even get to stop then. I went to sick call the next morning, and they're like, well, what's the matter with you? I'm like, I got this terrible pain in my side. I can't stop curling up in a ball, and it really, really hurts. And they're just like, probably constipation, IBS, give them some laxative.
Shit.
And you're just like,
Oh my God.
Hell Week, bro. So
You went through Hell Week with a fucking kidney stone that they were giving you
and I have to
laxatives.
stipulate, because I know a lot of people will see this. That was not diagnosed, right? I only know this with 99% certainty because a few years later, and I had this pain revisited me. A few years later, I had the pain again, and I was finally properly diagnosed with a kidney stone.
Holy
Same
shit.
exact pain, right? And that happened when I was going through land warfare at SEAL Team 5, which I'll get into later. I'm trying to stay chronological here. So long story long, 99% sure that not only was, Hell Week hell, like it was full benefit for me, like having this, not only having what I'm 99% sure is a kidney stone, but also having diarrhea.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that was, that's my answer to your question. What was the hardest part about buds? Probably
Dude,
that.
I mean, how the fuck are you going through like around the world, like all this, like the longest mile with laxatives? What
That's what Thursday
are you
morning.
literally just shitting yourself?
They just give you that. They gave me that Thursday morning, and then it ran its course in about
Holy fuck, man.
12 hours. And I'm just like, oh, but like, thankfully you're wet all the time. So you're always in the ocean to rinse off.
It still hurts. Here's some more laxatives.
Yeah.
Drink water.
Talk about
Holy
your
fuck, man.
all-time misdiagnosis.
Oh man, that's fucked up, dude. Wow.
Yeah.
So, Hell Week was a shitty time for you.
For your audience, the term full benefit.
Yeah.
That just means like when it sucks extra hard. Like I had full benefit. And then like to make like the funny thing is like, so here I graduate Hell Week. They secure Hell Week on Friday afternoon. And then right after that, you all go in, they see you at the medical thing before you walk back to your barracks. And I go into medical. I'm like, well, my toes kind of hurt. Well, both my big toenails were ingrown and they yanked out my big toenails.
Oh my God. Dude.
Here I have this like kidney stone.
Oh, your toe hurts?
Kidney stone, diarrhea, and it's finally over. And like, oh, as a parting gift, we're just going to take out your big toenails.
Oh, shit, dude. Damn.
And you get like, you get like a week off the next week, walking week, but there's not much of a break. Like after that, you're back into it. And like, I still don't have my big toenails. Like,
shit.
So,
wow.
Full benefit.
That's definitely full benefit. Holy shit.
And somehow I'm like, and as I tell people that, I'm like, and even like in my mind, I'm like, how would you not quit? Like that is too, but like, I don't know if I didn't know any better or I was just dumb or I wanted it that much. I don't, if that happens to me now, I'm quitting. Like
that sounds like a major lawsuit nowadays.
Yeah,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Damn.
Yeah.
Holy shit. So you made it through Hell Week.
Made it through Hell Week. I graduated Buds Class 225.
How did that feel? How did it feel to tell your parents, your siblings, your friends back home, you made it?
Well, as you know, like I made it through training, but then they're like, oh, so you're a SEAL? Well, then you have that period of time because you can't even like it's kind of anticlimactic, right? Because you're not a SEAL yet, but like you graduated Buds. I was beyond, very proud, right, of my accomplishment. I'd done something that I'd set out to do, right? I worked hard and I achieved it, and I had gone through a little bit of, had an obstacle, right? So I felt amazing, right? But then, and it's very short lived because then you check into back then we went to jump school in Benning, right? and then you show up at a team, and then it's kind of like pretty humbling, right? Because now you're a new guy. And not only are you a new guy, but you're a new guy at a team without a trident, right? And so checked into Team 5, and yeah, kind of you feel like you start all over.
Did you want to go to the West Coast?
No. It's
You didn't?
so funny. Like, and I'm like ended up loving it, right? I mean, I loved kind of pre 9/11, every team had its own kind of like personality, right? And Team 5 was kind of like known as surf Team 5, and like everyone thought I would, like, I didn't, I look like a surfer now. I've never surfed. I don't surf, right? But I chose like literally 2, 4, and 8 when you do the dream sheet.
Yeah.
Like I wanted to go to the East Coast. Like I wanted to go to the East Coast, and I wanted to go to DEVGRU. Like that was.
You already knew about DEVGRU?
I got in trouble in third phase because we had BUDS instructors talking to us about the different teams. And I literally, and so I'm not even graduated yet. I'm like, and I go, well, what does it take to go to DEVGRU? None of them had gone there. Well, then like 2 of them beat me because like, you haven't even made it through this yet, dumbass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. So it was always on my radar. But I wanted to go to the East Coast. So I went to SEAL Team 5, and I had the best time. So like it was just so different than the East Coast, and it was so different than just growing up on a farm in Iowa, but I met some, awesome people, had some awesome teammates there, some awesome experiences.
Any good hazing stories?
The hazing was, and it didn't happen. These are not my stories. These are things I've witnessed. Like we had guys that would get, taped up naked to a spine board, with basically, we would call it rigger's tape, but for people that don't know, it's basically duct tape. Or just get covered in spray glue. I think one of the worst ones I heard about was a friend of mine got he got taped up to a spine board, like head to toe with duct tape to a plastic spine board. And they taped a funnel into his mouth and poured vodka down it. And then they put him in a closet and they taped an alarm clock to his head. And it was just ringing the whole, so he couldn't pass out. And then they left him there for like 8 hours to chew his way out or whatever.
Holy shit.
And he had like pissed and shit himself in the tape.
Oh, man. I've not heard the alarm clock one. We did the happy hat.
The happy hat was common.
Oh, fuck.
That's the
happy hats where they, for the audience, it's where they tape a handle on the top of your head. They wrap your whole head in duct tape, and then they tape a handle on the top of your head. So anybody that wants to walk by can grab the handle and shake your head around, and there's not a damn thing you're going to do about it.
So these were always like horror stories. So when you're a new guy, like showing up at a team back then, you kind of walked around like just waiting for your number to get called. Right. And I've heard other kind of, I've heard wild ones like this, like someone they put him in a cruise box and threw him in the San Diego Bay with a can of spare air.
I haven't heard that one.
And then they had him on like he's like 30, 50 feet down, and they had him on like 1-inch nylon and pulled him back up. I'm like,
holy shit.
You're pretty lucky that didn't go badly.
Yeah, no kidding.
So
damn.
I didn't witness that. That's a secondhand one that I've heard, but yeah, it was pretty epic back then.
Wow.
Yeah. But the alarm clock one is pretty sinister. Like not only to just get taped to a spine board and then to get your stomach filled with vodka, but then to tape an alarm.
That's a good
clock.
one.
Like, dude, it's just awful.
I kind of want to do that to somebody now. It's just,
You got any new guys on staff?
we do. We do. Wow. So how was it? I mean, what was your impression of Team 5 when you showed up?
So Team 5, I loved it. Like, and so I am there for a couple of weeks before I went through STT. Back then it was SEAL Tactical Training. And that's all the recent buds graduates that show up at teams 1, 3, and 5. There was no 7. Okay. So teams, all of us that were out of buds and jump school, and we were not yet SEALs and not yet in a platoon, we went through a class called STT. And among that class, and that's 3 months. It's like 90 days. And in that class, there's people that are going to go to 1 and then 3 and then 5, right? And at the time, 1 was the hardcore, no fun 1.
Yeah.
Right. And 3 was kind of in the middle. And Team 5 was totally the more relaxed, surf Team 5. And then midway, early on in STT, we had a new commanding officer at SEAL Team 5, Tom Dietz. And he had come out with a policy. And at the time, this was groundbreaking. He said, no more mandatory PT. Your adults work out on your own. We'll have 1 group PT a week on Fridays. And we'll chase it. It was kind of a monster mash PT. Mm-hmm. So for the audience, that's like a run, swim, O-course, ruck kind of combo adventure. And back then, every Friday at SEAL Team 5, you had a long PT, and it could be running or swimming or a combo and rucking or obstacle course or combine all of those. But it was always over at noon. You showered and changed, and there were 2 kegs on the grinder.
Nice.
And it was kegs on the grinder. Grinder is like a asphalt, blacktop area. And maybe some hot dogs and some burgers and 2 kegs. And that was the kickoff to the weekend. And Team 5, it was very interesting because there was also a volleyball net there. So people are
you guys had a volleyball net?
Oh, dude, they're playing volleyball for training, or everyone had skateboards. So they're moving around the weapons containers in longboard skateboards.
Nice.
It definitely was this kind of surf-like team. And we finished STT, showed up at Team 5, and I could just train how I wanted to. And then every Friday we had to do a workout together. It was awesome, right? Versus having this regimented run day, swim day, gym day, or whatever. They kind of let you do what you wanted, mm-hmm. which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think, eventually they all got more like that. Right. But, my impression of Team 5 was I didn't want to go there, and I ended up being glad I did.
Right on.
Yeah.
Right on. How long was it before you platooned up?
So finished STT, and I was supposed to go into a platoon a few months after that. Sorry, I'll rewind. I finished STT, then I finished my total of 6 months probation.
Oh, okay.
Took the Trident board, earned my Trident. Every team had their own Trident board. That one, Team 5, for as lax as it was as a culture, we had a very hard Trident board. So it was like an 8 or 10 hour day. And you went from diving to MAROPS to land war, and you had to do all these different things and have written tests and then like a performance test, and like it was a long day.
All in one day?
Yeah. It was like almost 10 hours.
Holy shit.
And you had like, you were in your camis, they made you put on face paint, and you were carrying a ruck between stations and taking apart weapons, writing out a dive chart, right? Putting on a static line rig and getting inspected, fixing a Zodiac, like all these things. You had like a 90 minutes or whatever per session.
Gotcha.
So it was like both a practical and written thing.
Okay.
Earned my trident finally. And now I was like a SEAL. And I was supposed to platoon up, I forget the time, but it was going to be in like Echo or Foxtrot platoon. But then Charlie and Delta platoons did a nighttime combat equipment static line, and like 3 people got hurt. And 2 of them were going to be out of the platoon. So they grabbed 2 new guys, and I got to be one of them. So I platooned up early.
Oh, right on.
So, yeah. I forget the exact time. That's so long ago. But so I ended up getting into a platoon at Team 5, and then they had already done more than half their workup, though. So now, and they had done like MAROPS and some of the back then, like special reconnaissance, some of the sucky blocks of training. So now I'm a new guy in a platoon that's already done half the hard stuff. Well, they didn't all really love that. You know what I mean? But I had an awesome time in that platoon. I think we had like they had finished MAROPS, so we went right into combat swimmer, right? And that's like whatever, 3 weeks back then. And then finished that, and pretty soon we were doing CQB and a Shaw's trip. So it was great. Right.
Right on. Where are you guys heading to?
We ended up going to Guam.
Guam.
Yep. Pre 9/11 Guam deployment. And so we're there. We deployed like mid to late August 01.
Oh shit. So right before, huh?
Yeah. Right before 9/11. And my birthday is September 7th. And I call my mom on my birthday from Guam. And she's like, well, what do you want for your birthday? And I'm like, I'm some dumb, whatever, 21 or 22. And I'm just like, Mom, I just want a war to fight.
Shit.
Right. And, dumb, the stuff that dumb young warriors want. So anyway, we started in Guam, and then we got sent to the Middle East.
You went to the Middle East from there.
Yeah.
So what was September 11th like for you?
Well, I will, obviously it's so memorable just because. So I remember not long before that having a big birthday party out in town, I'm turning 22 on deployment, right? I think it was that. And then I don't know, my wife was going to college classes, and she would wake up early in the morning at the time, girlfriend. And I call her, and she just says, I think someone bombed the World Trade Center. And then she's like, no, maybe a plane hit it. And I go, what? Like, and I remember this, like we didn't have laptops in our rooms and stuff like that. There was in this, we stayed in not even a barracks in Guam. It was a kind of a BAH kind of like hotel, right? So there's a hall. It's almost like a college dorm. There's a hallway. Everyone gets their own little dorm room. We each had our own room, and that's where we were staging because we originally went to Guam in August, and we were supposed to travel to like go and do joint training with like Australia, and then go to the Philippines and maybe Thailand and Malaysia, whatever, all the PACOM stuff. But you have these rooms in Guam, or they did, and we didn't even have a TV. I didn't have a TV in my room, but at the end of the hallway, they had one of those old, like 3-foot thick big screens.
Yeah.
Remember those? And I just remember her saying something about the World Trade Center. You should get in front of a TV. And I like, just kind of like, she doesn't know what she's talking about. And I walked to the end of the hallway, and there's already people around the TV. And I'm just like I get there in time to watch the second plane hit it, you know? And it's like, oh. And from that moment, like, pagers started to go off. No one knew right away who did it. But that night, you know, we were getting different intel briefs. And then pretty soon we're getting more and more briefs. And, you know, instead of worrying about like, where are we going to go out tonight? It was, hey, we brought all these guns with us from Coronado. Not only do we need to make sure they're sighted in, but like, let's get a few more yard lines or whatever. It got very serious. Like that switch from, you know, pre 9/11 and just kind of, SEAL Platoon was a rock band. It was like, hey, we had all this fun. We were ready to do this stuff, but mostly it was like deploy to party. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But it got real serious. So
When did you guys hear you're going to the Middle East?
So we thought we were going to go to Afghanistan, and obviously we didn't. We ended up, and we're constantly getting these briefs, but it probably was, I think it ended up being like 3 weeks later that we got flew to the Middle East. And we ended up replacing a Team 3 platoon that was doing underways, or VBSS, in Kuwait, and they got to go to Afghanistan.
Gotcha.
But along the way, I want to say we stopped in like Oman or something, like to refuel. I forget exactly where, but there was like DEVGRU guys there and Delta guys there getting all ramped up for Afghanistan, and we were just like, whoa. And we thought that's like, oh, we're in the right spot. We're going to Afghanistan. Then we land in Kuwait.
With SRS, we're not just putting out content, we're also running an e-commerce business, selling merch, products, and even gummy bears. And when you're shipping real orders to real customers, shipping can quietly become a huge time suck if you don't have it set up right. That's where ShipStation comes in. ShipStation is an all-in-one shipping platform built to handle the entire order fulfillment workflow, so your team can stay focused on growth instead of getting buried in shipping. Everything from order management to inventory and returns is centralized in one place. And with automated rate shopping, ShipStation compares rates across UPS, USPS, and FedEx on every order, with savings up to 90%. It also connects to over 200 online marketplaces and the accounting and CRM tools you're already using, so you don't have to rebuild the way your business works. For us, having shipping organized matters. When orders are coming in, you want something simple, centralized, and built to save time and money. The sooner you switch, the sooner you start saving time and money. Get started with ShipStation today and get 60 days free at ShipStation.com with code SRS. That's ShipStation.com, code SRS. Taxes and fees apply.
And by the way, like, so my first rotation, my first deployment, end up doing it in Kuwait, right? Post 9, like right when 9/11 happens.
Yeah.
But in hindsight, I think I got to do, 20 plus real world non-compliant shipboardings. A few of which I was the lead climber on. And it was kind of like, obviously in post 9/11, that doesn't seem like that big a deal, but I'm like, hey, that was, was better than what they were doing before. Right. And we were ostensibly, there was the Iranian oil embargo, the Iraqi oil embargo, but then there was also this, this idea that Al-Qaeda terrorists were going to be like funneling out on these ships. Mm-hmm. And that's how they motivated us to do it. But, the gravity was still real and people were still drowning doing that. So it was as real as it gets. Yeah. Not a lot of bullets flying, but, still pretty, could be scary. Underway shipboarding is like dicey, especially at night, especially in, in these waters and with stuff like that.
Do you want to describe the first one?
Huh?
Do you want to describe the first one?
Or
anyone that's of significance.
So there's two that are very memorable. And I was a new guy. I was a jack of all trades. One night I'm a lead climber. One night I'm a breacher. Go figure. And there was one, and it is pitch black. We have nods on, and we have, like, back then we're still running MP5s, and so the pole man had put the pole up, and then the ladder man was unrolling the ladder, on the bottle. And the original lead climber went to climb, and his handgun, the handle on his SIG got stuck in the rung, and he was climbing against it, and he didn't realize. And it was partially the fault of the ladder man because it was all unspooled, and he was sitting there and you just couldn't go, right? And then after maybe a minute or less, he lets go, and he tapped me because I was the second lead climber. He's like, "Bro, you're up, go." And I'm just like, ooh. And now I'm going to be the lead climber up this underway ship that's steaming into Iranian waters. And it's a 20 plus foot climb on a caving ladder that doesn't have a runner on top. I'm the one that's going to climb it and set the runner. So I shimmy up that thing it's so quickly. And by the way, it's oddly climbing a small ladder on the side of a grain bin or a grain silo in Iowa. And so I shimmy up this thing and I get to the top, and the hook, the grappling hook it's not on anything bomber. It's just on the lip. And I just climbed this thing on a hook that's just weighted on a lip. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I get up there, I clear the thing with my pistol. I look at that. I'm like, oh crap. I got to get off this ladder. Right. And there wasn't anything there immediately to hook it to safer. So I pop up over the thing, over the lifeline. And then the first thing I do is, everything is clear around me and I'm up there alone. And I take that grappling hook, I hook it on something more solid. And then I take my safety runner out and I run that around something more solid. So now it's hooked on something solid and and the runner is on something solid. And then back then we were using that little, the Kimlite, right? That with the tape on it. Uh-huh. And I put the Kimlite over, okay, the ladder is now on something more solid. and then there's a runner on it, and then the rest of the team came up. And like that was, you know, a lead climb on a non-compliant shipboarding on my first deployment. So
Pretty cool.
It was memorable.
Yeah.
And then there was another night where this shipboarding was like a step over freeboard. So that ship had been so laden that you didn't have to climb. The rib could pull up next to it and you could step over onto it.
Oh, wow.
It was that full of oil. And it was steaming. It knew we couldn't go into Iranian waters. So as soon as they saw us, they were like steaming into Iranian waters. And that night I was carrying, remember the torch?
Yeah.
The like oxygen torch or whatever it was. And I have a torch on my back. And I step off the rib over onto this tanker, straddle over the lifeline, right? And we're standing, there's like water ankle deep. It's like that laden, right? And I'm standing there and they had put like heavy steel up going into the superstructure. And some of it had angle iron behind it. And so we have to try to, you have to either take down like whatever, the engine room or the bridge, right? To stop the ship.
Uh-huh.
And they had protected the bridge so well with the extra steel and the angle iron. And I bust out that torch, had that rod, and I start it. And I used the entire tank on half of the diamond cut because the steel was so thick and it was reinforced behind it. Yeah. So I didn't run out of rods. I didn't run out of battery. We ran out of oxygen just trying to get obviously I'm a new guy. I'm probably not as proficient as I should be on this. I tried. But at some point, like it didn't matter. I get a half diamond cut. And we get a call like, hey, you guys are almost in Iranian waters. You get off in the next 5 minutes or you have to jump, right? Off a boat that's moving with huge screws and all that, right? So the ribs are pulling back up to pick us up. And like all of a sudden, like we're standing in more water. It's almost like the ship we were on was either taking on water or whatever, but like we started and it was like this deep and now all of a sudden just on the deck, right? It's like knee deep water. And there's like a big battery on this torch that you use to start it. And I am sitting there when I grab the lifeline to straddle it and go back onto the rib, I'm just starting to I'm getting some voltage. And I'm like, pretty soon I'm like halfway stuck there. I'm like, I can't and my buddy's like, I think it's the battery. He's trying to unhook me. And like, I'm standing in water. I got this big battery on. I grab the metal lifeline and it's like, oh, I think I'm just catching a little voltage here. Right.
Holy shit.
And then that very same night, we had to get off this ship that was like going into Iranian waters. I had half cut this diamond and I, was getting like not electrocuted. That would be an exaggeration, but I'm feeling something. Like I grew up on a hog farm and we used to have fights with cattle prods. It felt like that, like where you're getting hit by a cattle prod. And, like to top it all off, a teammate of mine, as we ended up, back then we had ribs and Mark V's. You probably remember Mark V's. And we would do longer transits in the Mark V's. And then when it was time to do the climb, get on the rib. So the rib picks us up off this boat, this ship, and then we're going to transit back onto the Mark V. And like, I don't know how, but for like, even with all these climbs and stuff, no one ever fell overboard. Right. One time we had a a guy fall upside down on the ladder and have to get pulled up from the ladder, which is scary. But no one really fell overboard until one night. We were like the night of that, when I was getting shocked by this torch. We're stepping from the ribs back onto the Mark Vs, and a teammate of mine who's the radioman, so he's got a big radio, and it's pitch black, and the boats they're kind of moving. He steps, slips, and hits the drink in the Northern Arabian Gulf. Turns on his strobe, and he's got this big radio on, and it's like, man, overboard, right? Like, and we could, we had nods. We could see his strobe and everything. But he's, and that's Jack Carr, the guy, the author, right? Who still close with. But he's written those books, and one of them is the Amazon show Terminal List. So
right on, man.
It's memorable to me for that.
I'll bet. Wow. So then you guys come home?
Yeah, we finished that deployment and come home. And I had met my now wife, Leah, not long before that deployment. And then, so the first year of us dating, I did a 6-month deployment. So really only 6 months dating, right? And back then it's like, now you can FaceTime from deployment. But back then it's like calling cards.
Yeah.
And, these phone banks and
a little bit tougher.
Dial up emails and that sort of thing. So I come home from that deployment, and my post-deployment leave, I get like 3 days off, and my post-deployment leave is sniper school, which is not in any way, shape, or form that relaxing, right? And at the time, like, there was an East Coast and a West Coast sniper school. It wasn't all centralized under the whatever it is now, the center. And so I go through I show up at sniper school instead of getting a nice long post-deployment vacation. And I forget all the details, but at the time they said one NSW sniper school, which starts with like 30 people, expends more ammunition than the Marine Corps sniper school does in a year.
Wow.
The amount of, and that's just and I'm not saying they're better or whatever. I'm just saying we had that much more money to spend on ammo. So you are spending, and sniper has evolved so much with reticles and ballistic coefficients and all that. But like back then, hours and hours and hours were spent on yard lines, right? So there was a marksmanship portion, which was a couple of weeks at Camp Pendleton. And you had to qualify, expert with irons before you could move on, right? And then we got but we went up to Coalinga, Northern California. And that's where we spent most of the marksmanship part of sniper school was spent in Coalinga. And we would, basically you're living in a tent there. There wasn't even berthing. It's something like 6 weeks and something like that. And there's a couple of weeks where it's M14, and then you move to your 308, and then your 300, and then at the end you do the 50 cal, right? Like it's a couple of weeks with each one. I think the 50 cal is just 1 week or whatever it is. Like I forget exactly, but it's 5 or 6 weeks, and you're in a tent, and then all day long you're either prone on yard lines, or you're behind the berm. We call it the butts, right? Those target butts going up and down, and you're marking targets, right? And these are like long, hot days. Well, back to kind of like full benefit, I have another side pain.
Oh, shit.
In sniper school, and I end up going, I think it's Lenore, where we did. Do you remember HAPS, high altitude, where they put you in a chamber before you can go to parachute stuff? So they had a chamber there where we did HAPS. But then I had to go there back because I had this side pain. And they're like, well, we don't know what it is, but we can tell you're in a lot of pain. They gave me Vicodin, right? So I spent the night in this
Better than laxatives.
Way better. It's way better. And so I spend I should be clear. I'm not at this point diagnosed with a kidney stone. I know in my heart it was, because I got that same pain later that did get diagnosed, and I end up losing a kidney, right? So I know what it's like. So I spend the night in this hospital. I think it's Lenore. I might not be pronouncing that right, but I'm all hopped up on Vicodin because it's painful. They drive me back to my tent where sniper school is the next morning. And the next day we have our UKD test, unknown distance test. And on a UKD test, you're like here. And then they have like 4 targets at this yard line and maybe 4 targets here and 4 targets here, whatever, right? Like unknown. It's not like an even yard line. It's not like 100 or 200, but they're not on the yard lines. You have to guess how far they are. You have to mill them, the height with your mill dot, and then dial, and then you get 1 shot per target. And there's either 5 targets per spot or 4, but there's a total of 100 points on the test. And you have to like hit the thing. It's like a miss or a hit, right? And I am still on like high from Vicodin. And I asked the instructor, I'm like, man, I just spent the night in the hospital. Do you think I could retake this test some other time? And like back then, like they treated sniper school as they wanted attrition. Like it was a badge of honor if like more than half of I would say half of my sniper school did not make it. And they didn't feel like it was their job to make more snipers. They felt it was their job to protect like how hard sniper school was. Right. Mm-hmm. And so he tells me, he says, take the test or go home. You can always come back next year. I mean, I'm a SEAL. I've just done a deployment. I am here on post-deployment. This is my post-deployment leave. You should want to make more snipers, right? The teams need them, right? So I'm like, I get what do I have to lose? I'm going to take the test. And the only problem is, so I'm sitting there, I'm high, I'm confused by my reticle, or I'm sorry, by my elevation turret. So they did let my spotter help me dial. I had to squeeze the trigger. But I was so relaxed that I got the top score. Now, he was dialing my scope. He was, and so I'm sitting there, Shawn, like, oh, you know what I mean? Like,
wake up 30 minutes later.
And I would just,
did I hit it?
Dude, I was like, man, my trigger squeeze is so smooth. Like, cause I was still on this, like, I mean, again, someone might get in trouble if you're like taking a sniper test on Vicodin nowadays. Yeah. But, so again, past that, I finished sniper school, and I finished the marksmanship part of it. And then we had to go do the stalking. That's where more people fail out, is stalking. And I made it through stalking, but I got, like, all of a sudden I started losing a lot of weight. And like, I got down to like below 170. And
wow.
I'm like, And there was a couple of us that were like getting really, really sick. Well, unbeknownst to us, like a few of us got valley fever, which is Mike Ritland got it. He was not in my sniper school, but he got medically retired from it.
Oh shit.
He lost a lung from this, or portion of a lung. And
I forgot about that.
so that is the reason that the SEAL teams no longer go to Coalinga. Apparently, there is like a fungus in the dust that's like prehistoric or whatever. And if you're like in that dust all day and the wind's blowing and you breathe it, the spores can like form in your lungs.
Holy shit.
And I was I was fortunate enough to be one of the people who got it, but I got it and beat it and never lost any lung function. Right. So I actually have, like, they say you have it forever, but you've beat it or whatever. Like you have the antibody or whatever it is. Someone is probably watching this now and correcting me on that, but I got valley fever, not to the point where I lost lung function, but I got really, really sick, lost a ton of weight. My face started to like, just my eyes sunk in. But one person from my sniper school, like he got medically retired from it.
Shit.
And then Mike,
Yeah.
ended up getting it really bad. He lost part of a lung. So like kind of back to the full benefit theme,
Damn.
like finished sniper school with a kidney stone and valley fever.
It's been a rough go for you.
Been a rough go.
Damn.
Yeah. But no, it was good. I actually finished sniper school. And at that point, my second platoon, right, had already started. I joined them.
How did you meet your wife in Guam?
I met her before deployment.
Are you guys still together?
We are still together.
Wow.
So
there's an anomaly.
We met in San Diego, before my first deployment.
Okay.
Her being from Omaha and me being from Iowa, like we connected like closely right away just because of the kind of shared Midwestern background and like my wife's the greatest. We dated through the first deployment. We got married right before the second. And then all the other ones that, at Dev Group that she went through and the stuff she's gone through. And we are, 24 years married, 14, 16, 18, and 20-year-old kid.
Damn. Congratulations, man.
Definitely.
How many years married? 24?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, people say I don't look old enough to be married that long and have a 20-year-old kid, but I'm like, my MRI looks old. Right. And well, actually, my med record's pretty thick.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So long story short, like I can't, anyone who tries to give me credit, I always like, don't give me much credit. I had so much fun, but like whatever Leah put up is 10 times put up with is much harder.
So how did you guys meet?
So we meet at a bar in downtown San Diego. And we had just finished. So I'm in my first platoon, and we had just finished. We finished the month of January in Kodiak, Alaska, which is as cold as it sounds.
Good times.
Doing over the beach with dry suits and land nav in the snow, right? Now, I should say, like, remember how I said the farm made things a little easier? Like, that Christmas break, I went to Iowa for Christmas, and I was there for like a week around Christmas and New Year's, and it got to like 60, maybe 65 below with the wind chill. Like at one point I remember it getting to 20 below and it was like, man, didn't even need gloves now. Right. Cause it had been so cold. And I'm spending my entire Christmas leave helping my dad keep the hogs alive outside. So you're outside for a little bit, you're melting the waters. They had these outdoor waters. You're feeding them, or you're running straw and hay to their sheds, right? Just to try to keep these poor pigs alive. And like when it gets to like 50 below, like the amount of time you can spend outside is limited. So you'd go out for a little bit and come in and warm up. I'm doing this for like a week. And then we go to, I get back to San Diego. I'm like, oh, it's so nice. And now we fly to Anchorage. We fly to Kodiak, and we're going to spend the entire month of January on Kodiak Island. And we get up there and it's like 20 degrees. I'm like, oh, it's warm. After Iowa, right? It was warm. So back to Leah, I spend a month training on Kodiak Island. We get back, and I had just spent a month with these guys. Like, if we weren't out in the field, we were at a little bar in Kodiak, right? Or we were in the barracks. And we're all going out that night to Maloney's downtown. I'm like, I don't want to go out. I just spent a month with you guys. I want to stay in my apartment and relax, right? And it was, I'm a new guy, so it's mandatory, right? It wasn't like I could say no, right? I just didn't want to. I'm like, shoot. So I go out, and that's the night I meet my wife, right? And she was supposed to go watch her dad play in the Pebble Beach Pro-Am up in by Pebble Beach, at Pebble Beach. And she didn't want to do that. So she wasn't supposed to be there either. And we meet at a bar in downtown San Diego. And she walks up to me and she's like, do you have a girlfriend? Like, I'm like sitting there I'm sitting at a bar. I have like a Coors Light and a Jaeger. Like, cause back then it was like, you always get like a light beer and a Jaeger shot. And I'm getting ready to take my shot of Jaeger and, chase it with a Coors Light. And she's like, this girl just elbows me and is like, do you have a girlfriend? I'm like, no. Like, and so we talk for a while, and, oddly, Matt is there. He was there the night I met her. We talked for a while, and she finds out I'm in the Navy. She didn't even know what a SEAL was, which I thought was a bonus. And so she kind of like, well, I don't want to marry someone who's in the military. Bye. Like, she goes away. Well, she comes back later, and we sit there talking for another half hour. And then she looks at me and she's like, I'm going to marry you. And I'm just like, dang, like, wow, that's a little forward. Right. Well, like, we ended up, we date for whatever. We date for like less than a year and a half. And then we get married before my second deployment. And that was at Team 5. And then she went through all the stuff at DEVGRU. And then, so she's been through the ringer, been my rock.
Man. So what's the secret to a successful marriage?
Man. I mean, it definitely takes two. I think like we've been very, fortunate. I think there's obviously, you have to love each other. And there's, selflessness that goes into it. And honestly, our faith has helped us a lot. We didn't start like when we were early married, and in San Diego, certainly we didn't go to church all the time, but we got into church big time in Virginia Beach. Especially as, things started to get scarier. And then, we've always gone to church together since. That's a big part of it. And I would also say like, I think people think of marriage as it's a 50-50. Like, if there's this much to do, I'm going to, it's a 50-50 split. Like we're going to, you know, I'm going to clean half the kitchen. You're going to clean half the kitchen, right? Like a zero sum game. But I've heard it said this way, and I wish I could remember who said it, so I could attribute it properly. But that's the problem. It's not 50-50. It's 100-100. Like you both give all of yourself, right? And I think that's good advice.
It's a great way to put it.
So, and it, doesn't hurt to pick the right wife the first time. So, I mean, obviously there's some luck, there's some whatever, right? I just feel very blessed. So
That's cool, man.
yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, we beat the odds for sure.
I'll say.
I look at photos now we used to have parties in Virginia Beach. Like we would have like a Thanksgiving party or just a summer pool party with like teammates. And like we could have a Thanksgiving party there because a lot of people didn't have family there, right? So you'd have a Friendsgiving kind of thing. And I look at, my wife was good about, let's get a photo. And like we would there might be like 4 to 6 couples in a photo. And like now, I mean, I look back on them and there's some of those photos where either all the husbands are dead or they're divorced. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway, I feel very blessed, very fortunate. And we got engaged. We got engaged in October of 2002. And we thought that we'd get married next summer. Like, so summer of 2003. But then I found out about that we were going to deploy early because of the Iraq invasion. And we were going to be deploying in like January. So we're engaged in October. I'm going to be deploying in January. And we just decided to get married before I deployed.
Right.
So we had like a 6-week engagement. And we didn't have.
Holy shit.
So some people thought she was pregnant because it was like, that seems a little rushed. But I was like, babe, don't you want to be able to shop at the PX? Or don't you want that insurance? Right. And it just made sense. So we got married in Vail on Pearl Harbor Day. I was in my Navy uniform. It's
Right on, man.
awesome.
Beautiful.
So, and to I guess take a quick rewind, get a sip of water a second. Right before that, I lost my kidney. Right before.
Oh shit. Okay.
Right.
Right after sniper school.
It was right after sniper school and during. Excuse me. Land warfare. We went to Fort Chaffee. And we had, at Team 5, the first platoon, we went to Nyland for land warfare like everyone does. For some reason, we went to Fort Chaffee for land warfare in my second platoon. And we were just starting our week of IADS. And that's for your audience, like these moving and shooting drills. And like the first night, like I got the pain, it came, and it had a tendency of just going away within 1 or 2 days. But this time it was like I had this pain for 4 days straight. Like it wasn't that whatever stone was in there was not passing. And I was like doing like IADS during the day and sometimes at night, and I'm just curled up in a ball and getting super dehydrated. And, I'm just kind of sucking it up because I'm usually like these episodes would go away within a day, maybe day and a half. But this time it's like 3 days, then 4 days. It's not stopping. And And I'm telling my OIC and the corpsman, and finally, like my OIC guy named Clint Bruce, he's like, man, you can't keep doing this. And his dad is his, guess it would be his stepfather, was a urologist in town. And he takes me to see a urologist in town, his stepfather. I get an x-ray with contrast. That's different, right? Like the first time I had gotten this contrast, and he happens to be a urologist. He's like, there's scar tissue in your ureter and you have a giant kidney stone stuck in your ureter. That's the tube between the kidney and the bladder. And so they give me this, like, I guess it's a sound wave surgery, and they
blast it.
Yeah, they put you under, they blast you with these sound waves, and they also put a stent in there, which is like a tube between and I was out during that, but like I woke up and I was kind of black and blue here. Like it does feel like you're getting like punched a bit, like just from the sound waves. And I had, gotten rid of the pieces of the stone, and I had a tube between my bladder and here. And they're like, well, maybe you shouldn't finish land warfare. Let's go back to Balboa. So I flew back to Balboa, and under the premise that they were going to like fix my ureter, like get rid of the scar tissue. And then they went in to go do that, like a week or whatever later. And then when they got in there, they just looked at my kidney at that point was just a water balloon. Like it was not working. So like it was like an 8-hour surgery because it was so full. They didn't want it to break because it's, it would go sepsis. And normally you can take a kidney out, like if someone donates or what, it's like a small whatever. And I have a scar from almost from 12 o'clock to 9 o'clock.
Wow. Because
it was this. And the doctor's like, yeah, we almost had to take a rib out. Like, cause it was just this distended like water balloon. Right. So I wake up, 8 hours later. My poor fiance at the time had just spent 8 hours in Balboa thinking I was going to have a 90-minute surgery.
Damn.
And she's like engaged to me. And I just remember like all of a sudden I wake up and they explained to me what happened. I'm like, well, you lost a kidney. And I'm like, well, what does that mean? Basically, it means you're out of the military. Like everything's waivable, but like in SOF, like that's kind of one they don't like to waive, right? And the corpsman, one of the corpsmen from like the med department at Team 5, like did some research, shows up at the hospital and gives me a waiver. They find a waiver I can sign to stay in the military. And I am like high on morphine, but I don't even read this thing. He's like, if you sign this, you can stay in the military. If you don't, you're going to get like medically discharged. And I had done one deployment and I had done all this work and basically finished my second workup, and I wanted to deploy again. I didn't want to get out, right? I didn't care that I would get a medical retirement. I wanted to deploy, right? So I signed my waiver and never had one of those attacks again, right? Because that kidney was gone, that ureter was gone, and I was engaged when the surgery happened. I healed. We had our wedding in December, and then I think I deployed a couple of weeks later, either in the middle of January or the end of January.
Shit.
For 9.5 months.
Shit. Where did you deploy to?
So for that one, we went to Okinawa, which I was so upset. Like I wanted to go to Iraq or Afghanistan. We ended up going to Oki, and we were going to split. Like we were going to start there and then swap someone out in Iraq because of the op tempo, and then something to do with, airfare and not airfare, but like airflow, getting people in and out, and like, nah, just stay. But on that deployment, I had it was a great group of guys, and we had a lot of fun. Got to finally, I would get my share of Iraq and Afghanistan later. So it was nice we went to Thailand, the Philippines, and Australia, and got to do, some of that stuff.
Were you, honest question, sir, were you actually able to enjoy that, knowing what was going on in Afghanistan and Iraq?
Not as much as I otherwise would have.
Yeah.
Because I had that FOMO, right? And I didn't know that I would get my fill of that later, right? I was just like, I'm not here for that. I'm here for that. So no, to answer your question, no.
Yeah.
But I mean, in hindsight, Australia was awesome. I don't need to go back to Thailand, but I would go to Australia, right? It was great. And I had good time with the guys. And I stayed late on that deployment. The reason I got home late was the platoon that was relieving us was down a sniper, and one of us needed to stay, and I volunteered to stay. So I ended up doing about a month extra with, I think it was hotel platoon. And, I became close with like Bill Mulder and Scotty Wirtz and J-Mo and some other guys. So
Right on.
Anyway, wasn't quite as cool as I was hoping, but I know it happened for a reason.
And so what happened? You come back and screen for the development group?
So I had missed screening for what would have been 04, because I could have gone. I would have had time to go to 04, but screening was during my surgery.
Gotcha.
It was like a week after my surgery, and I was cut from here to here. I couldn't do anything, let alone the sit-ups. My abs are still growing back together. So yes, I ended up coming home from my second platoon. I did the screening. There wasn't going to be enough time to do another full workup and deployment. So I went to TRADET.
Gotcha.
And
TRADET is the training cell for Naval Special Warfare, for those listening.
And it was awesome. Like, it really was cool. Like, so I actually did not yet have my orders, but they gave me they let me go to TRADET assaults, which was great. Like, I'm getting to help teach CQB and, getting to go on trips where we are meeting with the East Coast TRADET and some dev group guys to deconflict how CQB is being taught. And then, I got like in a year and a half, I went to Shaw's like 7 times.
Shit.
So that didn't hurt for when I did go to,
I'll bet. I'll bet.
Selection. So, I would have loved to have gone sooner, but like I had a great time. I had a great time going to TRADET and doing like the Shaw's trips, and then a mount trip to Fort Knox. And then we were doing back then even GoPlats, gas and oil platforms, oil rigs, taking those down. we would teach the West Coast platoons how to take down an oil rig. And I had spent weeks living in the Gulf of Thailand, like taking down oil rigs on my previous deployment. And then we were teaching VBSS still, right? Or like underway shipboarding. And like I was one of the 2 people in the whole TRADET that had ever climbed a ship on a real shipboarding.
Right on.
So it was cool, right? I enjoyed it. No regrets about that. It was fun.
Right
and
on.
the travel, and like my wife and I, like it was kind of good for me to go to get like some shore duty before going to DEVGRU, and getting on that up tempo. And it was hard. Like our first year of marriage, like I was deployed 9.5 months.
That's crazy.
I set a pretty low bar. That's the secret. That's the secret. Set a low bar the first year.
Right on. On that note, let's take a break.
Let's do it.
When we come back, we'll pick up with development group. I need you to stop what you're doing for a second and really listen. If someone relies on your income and you don't have life insurance yet, this needs to move to the top of your list. I've had to think about that myself, making sure my family isn't left dealing with everything if something happens to me. Fabric by Gerber Life is term life insurance you can get done today, made for busy parents like you, all online, on your schedule, right from your couch. You could be covered in under 10 minutes, often with no health exam required. If you've got kids, especially if you're young and healthy, this is when locking in a lower rate actually matters. And Fabric has flexible, high-quality policies that fit your family and your budget. Even something like $1 million in coverage for less than $1 a day, or more or less depending on your needs. They've also partnered with Gerber Life, which has been trusted by families for decades. And Fabric gives you more than just a policy, things like free digital wills and tools to plan ahead for your kids, all right from your phone. Join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to help protect their family. Apply today in just minutes at meetfabric.com/Shawn. meetfabric.com/Shawn. And use my link so they know I sent you. meetfabric.com/Shawn. Policies issued by Western Southern Life Assurance Company. Not available in certain states. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions. Want to stay up to date on all things SRS? You bet your ass you do. Our newsletter brings you the latest SRS news and critical updates. Get instant alerts on the newest episodes. Never miss a beat. Exclusive intel briefs from counterterrorism expert Sarah Adams. You've seen her many times on the show. She's going to give unfiltered insights on global terrorist activity. For Patreon exclusives, you're going to get epic range days with me and damn near every guest that's come in the studio. You're also going to get behind-the-scenes content and guest updates. You're going to get first dibs on new merch drops and limited edition items that will never be sold again. Plus, exclusive offers from our partners you won't find anywhere else. So subscribe to the Vigilance Elite newsletter right now. All right, Eric, we're back from the break. We're going to get into development group now. How many deployments do you have with them? Lost count.
No, it wasn't like that many. I'm just trying to make sure I'm counting them correctly. 4.
Right on.
Yeah. And I had, 2 at Team 5, one of which was like 9.5 months. And I went through my training. I finished, after TRADET, went to the East Coast, went to DEVGRU, went to Gold Squadron. They had just renamed it from Gold Team to Squadron.
Oh, that was an official thing?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Used to be teams, then they became official Navy commands, and they renamed them squadrons.
Right on.
And that's when that happened, when I got there. And which is the funny, so now I have a am by no means a plank owner, but I have a huge certificate and framed plaque with the coins as a gold Squadron plank owner.
Oh, right.
Because I was there when they went from teams to squadrons.
That's cool.
So
That's cool.
obviously it was around well before me and will be around long after. But yeah. And I let's see. Moved out there technically.
What were some of the first things you noticed that were different between Dev Group and SEAL Team 5?
There was for starters, I mean, you're starting all over again, right? You show up at a team, like you show up at SEAL Team 5. I showed up at SEAL Team 5. You're a brand new guy.
Mm-hmm.
And now I've done 2 platoons. I'm a department head, right? And now I'm going to leave all that to go start all over.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So there's a lot of similarities. There was definitely something very different about it.
I mean, fuck, man, I've been there. I'm just walking in the damn compound. It's like, holy shit.
Well, it's much bigger.
You got your own fucking shooting range. You got a gym that takes you up to altitude. It's like everything you could possibly fucking imagine. Yes. Whereas everybody else is traveling all over the country, and I know you guys are too, but it's appeared to me, it's like, well, I don't know why the fuck these guys are traveling all the damn time. It's all, literally everything is right here.
They have a climbing wall. They have altitude simulator. They have all, it was very interesting. Like once you're there and you're kind of through training and whatever, I could just keep my guns in my cage. Like I didn't have to go get the ordnance rep to sign them out of the armory to go train with them and turn them right away in. I could keep my guns in my cage. I could take them. I could go to the range anytime I wanted. I could shoot. I'd clean my own guns. Once a month or whatever, when they had to do an official weapons inventory. Then it had to go back in the cage. They would get eyes on. Then you could take it back and just go, like, keep all your gear in your cage and go train with it.
Nice.
It was interesting though, like when I first got there.
Probably doesn't mean shit to anybody else, but
it's a big deal.
But it is a fucking big deal.
It's a big deal. Like it was like when I was at SEAL Team 5, it was so hard to go train. Like if you got to go to a range, it was on a trip.
Yeah.
You weren't doing it there, right? So for starters, the first thing that stood out to me, and this was like when I got there and like I moved there in 2004 and started to like hang out, and I was going to go through training in 2005. And like guys are a little older because they've done at least 2 rotations. Obviously there was the grooming standards. Back then it was a significant difference, like long hair, beards, everything. And you couldn't have that at, Team 5 or other teams. And just, yeah, the command itself, like, was this kind of Death Star type area, like with all these buildings and all these training facilities and like these, like just the meeting rooms, just everything was, you just had more, right? And you had like way more gear. The amount of gear that you get, even when you get your gear for like green team, it's just like, whoa, this is way nicer than the stuff I had at Team 5. And this is what they're giving me for training.
Wow.
And then you just kept getting more. You kept getting more. It's just insane, right? The amount of just the gear. And the other thing I don't know, I haven't really rehearsed what to say about this, but you got to be there at Dev Group. Like you're going to have to be there 5+ years, probably more than that, and have done multiple, 5+ deployments, probably more, before you're in charge of a 6-man team.
No shit.
That's generally how it works.
I've never heard anybody say that.
So it is so and when you go through your selection, most people are E5s or E6s. And then all of a sudden you're on a 6-man assault team of 1 E6 with a bunch of E7s. Like it's just more senior, right? And just more mature. Just been around longer. So yeah, it's just, and there's just this different kind of attitude. You can just, I don't know, more, certainly in some ways more mature, because obviously they're just older, right? I would say a couple of things that really stood out to me. So when I was new at a team, SEAL Team 5, like I knew that, I felt like if I wanted to be the best teammate I could be. And so part of that meant being as good at my craft as possible. Like how good can just being a good shooter, being able to shoot, move, communicate, doing all the component skills of being an operator, right? But then also being a good teammate, right? And helping people out and, helping other departments out. Like I've always believed it's not good enough to be good at your job. Like, do you make other people better? And I learned that in football. It got emphasized at Team 5, right? And it, something I watched other people do at DEVGRU, right? So as good as you can be at your craft, that is how you make the team better. But it's also not good enough just to be really good. You have to help other people. And that's being a teammate, being selfless, being humble. And then being a better leader, right? And that starts by being a really good follower, because you can't expect other people to follow you someday if you weren't willing to follow what your boss told you to do, right? And I found that the skills were all very similar. You just had to do them sharper, maybe a little faster, a little better. You had to do everything a little bit better, right? As it came to shooting or parachuting or whatever, higher expectation. And I would also say that at the command at Dev Group, you don't buy a spot there, you rent it. And that rent is due daily, if that makes sense.
Makes sense.
So it's kind of we've all heard, I will earn my trident every day, true to an extent. But there specifically, they are having a new group come up every year with a draft, essentially. And there's people that want your spot. And people that make it there, they get kicked out every year. Just, shooting a hostage in training or whatever. I don't know. There's safety violations or kill house violations or whatever. People that make it there are regularly booted for performance, or usually it's safety, if that makes sense. So, and I found that honestly, the really the best of the best were both they're obviously competent at their job, but they're humble and obsessed. So humble enough to not rely on the fact that I just shot this 6-plate drill faster than anyone else. humble enough to realize like I need to still get better, right? Or humble enough to know that no matter how good I am at this, like even though the bad guy doesn't train as hard as me, he could still get lucky. Like one RPG hits a helicopter.
When you're saying the best of the best, I mean, you are the best of the best when you get over there. Are you saying the best of the best
There.
at that particular command?
Yeah,
Or-
like I would look around and like, you would just see like the people that I looked up the most to as operators, like they were humble and obsessed at the same time. Like we had a strong belief that you don't rise to the occasion, you fall to your level of preparation. And I feel like humility precedes that level of preparation. Like you have to be humble to realize you still need to keep training.
Mm-hmm.
The person who's not humble thinks they've made it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to train. Or another way to think about it, the humble operator is more inclined not only to not think like, oh, I'm not any better, so I need to train, but also I'm not any better than my teammate, so I'm going to go like, it's time to like whatever, clean the high bay or take out the trash. Like that level of selflessness, like the humility enough to like help each other out.
Gotcha.
And then obsessed with the craft, I guess you'd say.
Did you
Like,
notice these things immediately?
I don't think I was mature enough to notice them immediately.
How
But
old were you when you got over there? Damn. When you got in at what, 21? Or your
19, well-
22nd deployment, 22nd birthday on your first deployment.
so I would have been 25.
25?
I mean, I think it was 26. So it was still pretty young. Is that right? 25. So, still pretty young. But like, I didn't have the maturity now that I have now, and I would just look back, and I can look back with the benefit of hindsight, like at the good operators were humble and obsessed, right? Always prepared, always helping other people, right? And having like seasoned operators help you out as a new guy there, or whatever the case may be. So, I mean, it's the same job. It's just doing it to a different level, maybe. So a level of humility and obsession with just being really, really good at it. You know what I mean?
Did you have that obsession?
I did. And it, it gets, you have to really, obsession is a double-edged sword. Like if you obsess over everything, then pretty soon you'll run out of bandwidth, right? If you are as obsessed with, how you make your morning coffee as how you would, I don't know, clean your gun or sharpen your blade or whatever, like pretty soon you're going to run out of energy. So you had to be super careful. It's like beware of how much of the things you obsess over, because you only have so much bandwidth, right? And it was very hard so we had a kid, in our first kid we had while I was going through training there, and my son, and then had him in September. Then I finished training and deployed right away.
Holy shit.
And my wife, I swear, like, I think I was gone on average 300 days a year there, something like 280 to 300. And
That's a lot of time.
My poor wife was pregnant or nursing the whole time we were there. We had 3 kids, right? While I was there. From essentially, we had moved there in the end of 04 and left there at the end of 09. beginning of 2010. We had 3 kids. And my kids were young enough to where they don't remember me being gone for birthdays, like on deployments or work trips. So, and I've, since had, a lot of friends who've, had kids at the same time that ended up staying there longer. And like their kids would for sure have memories of them being gone over Christmas and stuff like that. So it definitely, I saw it getting harder and harder to be to be a good husband and father and a SEAL at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Now I think you can, and I think I did a pretty good job of balancing that at that time. Like when I was home from being on a trip, like work hard, get my work done. But like, I wasn't going out on weeknights in Virginia Beach. I was coming home. And then when we'd go on the road, I would go out with guys. Right. But I would not let that in any way, like, affect how hard I worked at work or how hard I trained. Like I trained as hard as anyone. Like a friend of mine and I, like we would do these like Friday morning workouts, like where we had this rule, like you had to be like completely fasted. And this was before people were really fasting for like longevity and stuff like that. But we would do like a really long ruck on the soft sand, followed by like some sort of body armor, like push up, pull up, sit up thing. Followed by like an operator standards handgun and rifle test.
Nice.
Followed literally by like chess, just to like, you're so depleted after all that. The only thing you were allowed was like electrolytes. Right. And so we would like do stuff like that, maybe some grappling, stuff like that. So
right on.
But I can also say, like, my wife and I have now been married 24 years, and I also got medically retired from that command that, a lot of people do get divorced from. So, maybe that was God's plan, like that I would get hurt in combat and the kidney thing would come back to bite me and I would get kicked out of the Navy. So like, that's kind of the way I kind of think about it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Let's get into some deployment stuff.
Yeah.
Where was your first deployment to?
Iraq. When I was there, I would say mostly went to Iraq. I did go to Afghanistan. Two good war stories for you. One takes place on Super Bowl Sunday, 2008. So I'd been there for a little while. And this is in Iraq. We didn't think we'd have a mission that night because it was Super Bowl Sunday. And our pilots, TF-160, said the helicopters were down for maintenance. They also wanted to watch the Super Bowl. But then we found out there's an HVT in our AOR, high value target area of responsibility. And we had to go out and do a capture kill mission. So we go out on this mission and we're going to, this guy he's in one of 3 buildings. So we split the troop into 3, small assault teams, to go assault 3 different buildings simultaneously. So we keep the element of surprise, right? Because they're all like 100 yards apart. And as Eddie and Dom's unit is getting close to their building, so I'm already in front of the building that I will soon be leading a team through the door, right? And I got my gun on that door, right? It's pitch black. We're going to be taking this building. Eddie and Dom's team goes past us, and they're going to go set up on this building. And I think they barely get there, or they're almost there. And somehow they get made. And there was a little moon out that night, but somehow someone saw them. And people started like running out of that building, trying to get close to them and blow themselves up. They had suicide vests. Now, Intel had told us there'd be suicide vests on this whole target set. But I mean, there ends up being like 15 people wearing suicide vests.
Holy shit. They were running at, were they detonating themselves?
Yeah. So they were running at the other element, the other assault team, because they knew the gig was up. So they were just trying to get as close as possible to them. And they were all running. Like back then, the initiators were on the shoulders. So if they went like this, they could still blow themselves up, right? They knew that, because they knew that we would have, the interpreter would tell them to come out and put their hands up and put them like that. And then they could reach like almost like a ripcord right there. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So they would run out of this building at Eddie and Dom's group. And something like 3 or 4 of them just blew up. Right. And so I'm sitting there holding this door. I'm holding this door and I just hear gunfire, boom, more gunfire, boom, more gunfire. Like it's 3 or 4 times. Right. And it's shaking the ground. Like these are like big SVS. And across, that team leader comes across the radio and he's like, shots fired, suicide vest, be careful. And like, I remember, like, I literally, before that moment, I literally had thought, like, we had got into position early. Most of the time, the mission goes as planned. Like, you go in, you capture, you kill the guy, whatever it is, you get home. I'm like, we're going to be back for halftime. And obviously we weren't. So they end up eventually taking that target down. And now, I'm holding on a door, like maybe from here to that engine block. And then a guy comes out of that door and he's got a suicide vest and he's got an AK. He can't see me, but I'm like this far away. Like, obviously I have to engage him. He's already too close. And there's another teammate of mine right there. Like, that's even closer. Like, if he blows himself, like we could just die right now, especially if he had shrapnel on it. Even worse would be to let him go back in there, because we have to go in there and find, the leader, and that could be him. But like, as you know, like a suicide vest inside is much worse than a suicide vest outside, just because of the reverberation or the concussion factor. So
how could you tell he was wearing a suicide vest?
Well, he had a big vest on and 4 people had just blown themselves up. Mm-hmm. So I assumed it was an S vest, and like we were told, like we were briefed, like we knew that the target line that we were chasing was like mostly foreigners, like obviously not Iraqis at all. They're from all over. But they had come together under the Al-Qaeda banner to fight and fight Americans there in Iraq. And this group in particular was known, like they were not going to surrender and they were not going to get taken alive. So they wore suicide vests and they all had AKs, right? And so he had what, to me, and we found out after I shot him, it was a suicide vest. But I'm like, well, it is a vest and they just blew themselves up. Mm-hmm. It could be. Right?
I was just trying to get you to describe what it looks like for the audience.
Oh, yeah. So
I'm not questioning your judgment.
Yeah. No, he had like his man jammies on, and then it didn't look like an assault vest. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It had like that. And it's not like you can see the wires on the thing from your but it looks different than, it's not like I'll date myself here, like in a Black Hawk assault vest. Remember those?
Oh, yeah.
Right. Which we bought with our own money. No, so I end up, and we were, at that time, it was like, hey, if suicide vests are even on the menu, it's all headshots. Because you don't want it to, blow up so I got him. And then at this point, they've heard us in that building. They've heard me shoot this guy. There's still another target to prosecute. We still have to take my building down. And we're like, hey, as you know, we need speed, surprise, violence of action. So we needed some momentum. So I was standing over like behind a wall. I jumped that wall and I'm like, hey, we're assaulting this target. Run into that. And I kind of, and he's in the doorway. So I have to straddle him. Right. And he's wearing an unexploded suicide vest. And I'm straddling him and like pieing it was a corner fed room. So I'm pieing that room and I don't see anyone in there. And I'm from the corner. I'm like, I'm good. I'm going to get through this room. All the other bad guys are like probably like in the main room. Right. And I could clear most of that. I mean, you can clear most of this room from that door, right? Corner fed room. And I clear it, but I couldn't see all the way down this wall, and I didn't realize, so there was someone in there and he was barricaded.
Oh shit.
So I sneak, I'm still like, they know we're around, but I wasn't going to just take it dynamically. At this point, we're not doing a hostage rescue. So I kind of sneak through the doorway, and my first step in that doorway, all hell breaks loose. And I am, 4 yards away from a guy who's behind a barricade and he's spraying me. And I'm in the doorway. Right?
Shit.
And it felt like, it felt like minutes. Obviously it wasn't, but I do remember having this feeling like, how did I get here? Like, I'm going to die in Iraq on Super Bowl Sunday. Like I literally had this like thought, like I should be at home watching Super Bowl with hot pizza and cold beer. You know what I mean? And now I'm here in Iraq doing this. But then I also had this like moment where I heard the first 3 or 4 shots, but then I didn't hear anything. Like, it's like my hearing shut off and all I saw was the muzzle flash. And like, I've later read about when people get put in those circumstances, like they will lose 1 or 2 of their senses to like focus all their energy on another sense, like maybe their sense of touch. Right. And I felt like I lost my sense of hearing and my adrenaline was like all of that was focused into my fine motor skill, like of running down my wall and shooting back. And like, that's all I did. Ran down my wall and shot back, and he missed me and I got him. Right. And I got, I've said it before, we don't rise to the occasion. We fall to our level of training. And before that point had been in gunfights, but nothing like that close and personal and that consequential where it's, it's almost me to you. And he's got the first 3 or 4 shots with an AK. Right.
Shit.
And we found out later that before that happened, he tried blowing his suicide vest up, but it failed.
Shit.
His cap failed. So not only does his cap fail and that vest not blow up when I walk through the door, he misses me. I'm telling you, I'm running pretty fast down my wall. and I got him. So I ran down my wall. I shot him while moving, in this region, not here, to not blow up his vest. And, it's better to be lucky than good. And, that's a very hard shot to make, but that's like table stakes when you're at DEVGRU. You know what I mean? Being able to move down a wall and quickly shoot someone in the head while with nods, right? So that's what I did. And I come out of that room and I just remember, you're always kind of patting yourself for a bullet hole because you might not feel it in the moment. So I come out of that room and I'm like this, and I'm crushing my legs, and I literally go and my buddy sees me do this on nods. I totally forget doing it, but I'm like this, safe. And my buddy's sitting there on nod, because, we have such a sick sense of humor, right? And he's just dying. He's like, bro, I can't believe you did that. And it didn't even dawn on me, right? So that was I was elated. Obviously I was happy to still be alive, but oh, I got that guy. He didn't get me. You get that kind of adrenaline. And then probably, I don't know, less than 5 minutes later, Mike and Nate get shot. Well, 4 other guys get shot. 2 of them die. Mike Koch gets shot through the ear hole. Nate under the armpit, right through the heart. And they were in a similar room with a sandbag shooter, but there were 2 of them, or more. And, 2 guys got shot in the courtyard. Mike and Nate got shot going through the door. And now we have, 4 guys shot. Sorry, I had our buzz. We have 4 guys shot, and, 2 are, we don't know they're dead right away, but I spent, that night, I shot all the bullets I had remaining, just trying to help, we were recovering bodies and Mike and Nate's. And I remember putting Mike into the bag and zipping it up and putting him on the helicopter. And then, we came back, we went back to our base, and they were obviously dead. And we were going to have, we had a little Irish wake that morning. And that next night, I think Eddie may have mentioned this 3 nights later when the building blew up. Well, between when Mike and Nate died and when Louis Frohardt died, there was a point where Louis came up to me, and Louis, he kind of knew I was a Christian. He knew I was a believer. And, I would say things like blessing and things like that. And I would say that I went to church and things like that, but I wasn't truly living out my faith, walking the walk as I should. And he was just asking me, he was kind of beating around the bush, just asking me what I believed and why. And
Those are
it was
the best
more
discussions.
Huh?
I always think those are the best discussions.
And I was not at that moment. It wasn't I wasn't ashamed, but I was afraid. And I was afraid because the Bible says to always be able to, give a reason for the hope that you have, right? And what you believe and why. But I was so worried about sharing my faith because I didn't have all the answers, right? I wanted to be I was overthinking it. I wanted to be an expert. Well, what about this? And what about that? And what, know the Bible before I would share it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Overthinking it. And I kind of just changed the subject because I didn't have all the answers. And I've had a pastor since tell me, like, in those instances, we don't need to be lawyers. We need to be witnesses, like, which is a really good way of thinking about it. We don't need to be experts. We are experts on our own lives. And if we have a relationship with Jesus and how things have changed because of that, we are experts on how that has helped us or whatever. And I didn't want to share it because I didn't think I had the words. You know what I mean? I was thinking I needed to be an expert, not just a witness. And I didn't have the courage to just talk about my faith like I do now. And here he is kind of searching, like beating around the bush. And really was going to ask me is like, well, why do good people like Mike and Nate die and like the bad people not? Which I still don't have the answer for, right? But I'm sitting there and, of all the regrets I have, like today, now every morning I spend time praying, reading the Bible and journaling. And I've been doing that for 10 years. It makes every day better. It doesn't make every day easier. There's still plenty of hard things. It just makes me handle hard things better. It makes me sharper at work, no matter what I'm doing. It helps my workouts. It helps every aspect of my life. I spend an hour a day in the morning, first thing, giving God the first hour of my day. Time in prayer, time in the Word, and time journaling, and stillness and solitude and silence, like from 5 to 6 or 6 to whatever it is. And I've literally found it helps every aspect of my life. In fact, if anyone is like, well, what would you do? Do that for a month and get back to me. And you don't have to do a full hour, right? I swear if I would have done that in the teams, and I've talked to my teammates about this, like, man, if we would have done that, like, I swear I would have been a better SEAL, right? I would have been like, just because I feel like things are just more clear to me. I have more energy from it. You feel like you're losing an hour of sleep, but that period of time where you're just waiting on the Lord each morning, like, gives you this strength. Long story short, like, at that age of my life, I wasn't afraid to run into a room full of Al-Qaeda for the flag that I wore on my shoulder, but I was afraid to share my faith for that cross I wore underneath my body armor.
That's interesting. I mean, I get it. I know what you mean, but a couple of things. First being, I mean, now that you're deeper in your faith, isn't it weird that that's how we, when the discussion happens, and I still think about it, and I still, my mind switches and goes back to this too, but because we don't know anything else but, this world. But I mean, if you're a true believer, I mean, that's the ultimate goal, right? To cross over. And we always talk about it as if it's a tragedy, because that's what we see. We see fucking tragedy. We see fatherless kids, Gold Star wives, and it's a mess. But, the reality of it is that's the reward. That's the ultimate goal. That's where we go. That's home.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean, just looking around at people, and everybody's got their shit. Everybody's suffering. I think there's very few people that are genuinely happy. Which is fucking, it's interesting, how we perceive it. And it's funny. I was just talking to our mutual friend who protects my family. And I think we were talking about it this morning. And I don't even know why it came up, but I was just like, man, I was like, it's so weird now, man. Like, I never gave a shit about dying. It never really, I mean, I didn't want to die. It's not like I had a death wish, but it just didn't really bother me that much. but I didn't have kids. I didn't have a wife.
Yeah.
And even when I did get married, I mean, it wasn't until I had kids that now I'm scared. I'm fucking scared to death to die and leave them here in this fucked up world.
Sure.
You know what I mean? With no guidance.
You're not
and
afraid of
protection.
death for your own sake. You're just afraid of leaving them behind.
That's it, man.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it. That's the only.
I get that.
That's my only tie.
Yeah.
What about you? I mean,
You know,
but you had kids.
and
I didn't have kids.
I did.
When I was doing this.
I had kids. So the day that happened, I had 2 kids. I had kids my whole time at DEVGRU.
Man, dude, that is fucking crazy.
I called my wife. I mean, this was a few years before that. I was in Afghanistan. I called my wife on a sat phone. She was just going to get an ultrasound with a friend because I wasn't there to find out the sex of a baby that we were having. I get her on the sat phone. She's like, we're having a girl. We agree on the name over the sat phone right there. It's a girl. We're going to name her Daisy. She just graduated high school. Anyway, that night I go on a mission, and I am between 3 different Taliban compounds, and I had helped lead a group into this area, and we get pinned down from 3 buildings, and we're in the middle of this it's like the Helmand province. It's like a bowling alley. It's flat. And I can't figure out, I'm towards the front. I'm like, well, which one of these buildings is shooting at us? And there's 3 of them. And like we found out later, it's all of them. But I'm trying to help coordinate an airstrike because they're like shooting here and here and there. And so I get up on my knee to like get a better view, and a bullet whizzes by my head, and cuts off a chunk of hair. I had longer hair than this.
Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious?
I had longer hair than this. It's sticking out of my helmet. I lose a chunk of hair from like an AK round, right? And I had just like not 5 hours before that, I'd been on a sat phone with my wife, and we're having a girl. Like I almost didn't meet her, right? And I was like, that night on that helicopter ride home, I was a little bit like almost nauseous, like dry heaving a little bit, like, because that was close.
You weren't like, all right, motherfucker, not the hair.
Don't
hair's
mess
off
the
limits.
hair. But I almost I'm inches away from, that or whatever. And there was, other close calls. I had there was also a time like I would sit there on a helicopter flight. And I would always say, if we had a 60-minute flight, I'd say a 40-minute prayer. And then I would rehearse the op in my head. Kind of like Michael Jordan rehearsing a game in his head. Like I did that on every helicopter flight. And I would say, like, I did say, God, if there's any, I know there's non-believers on my team. And if there are, like, I would happily die instead of them. I would just want them to, live longer to find their faith. But I still wasn't always like sharing my faith with them. I mean, there were 2 nights, in Iraq where I volunteered to go into instead of sending a full team in, like I went in with just an EOD guy to clear a building that we thought was rigged to explode.
Holy shit.
I had 2 kids, but I was comfortable with it because I knew where I was going if something would happen. And I didn't know if other people did. Now that's very selfish. Like babe, if you're watching this, I'm sorry. I think I did that twice in Iraq. But that was after the building blew up when Louis died.
Shit.
So it was possible. But I don't know. I don't know, to answer your question, now I'm kind of rambling. I do fear leaving them behind. I just hope, now they're old enough that, I've like either taught them or showed them enough. You know what I mean? But there will never be enough time. You know what I mean?
I do. I think, I know what struck up the conversation this morning. My uncle just died a couple days ago
Oh, I'm sorry.
at my parents' 50th wedding anniversary.
I'm sorry for that, man.
Thank you. But he died on a fishing trip with his son and my brother, and yeah, and he was like on my brother's ass to get that fishing charter going. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. The whole family was there except me, unfortunately.
Oh, man.
And he got in the water to cool off and died right there in the water. Peaceful death with his son, who had been struggling for a long time. Finally got it together. They're getting along, and sad, but at the same time, I fucking hope I go like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh,
We just don't know how long we get.
you don't. But I think, I just hope I can see my kids flourishing and not worry and just know like they're going to be all right. And if that happens, I'm good.
Yeah. Those are lofty goals, basic ones, simple ones.
Died having a good time with his son on a fishing trip.
I say, like, I thank God every morning. Like, I thank God for everything I have. But I start by thanking him for the fact that I woke up. Like, God, I don't deserve a day you give me. Thank you for this one. Show me what to do and show me how to do it. And or strengthen me for whatever BS is coming my way, because I can't do it alone. And I think that, I believe that's so true. So we just, we don't know.
Yeah. I'll tell you another thing that kind of, it always catches my gold team. Like, I don't know, like what the culture of each team is within development group.
Yeah.
But just something that I've picked up from the outside is, man, like the gold team has a lot of righteous warriors for Christ coming out of there. A lot more than any of the other teams that I've noticed. And what's really fucking odd is it's a cross.
The Crusader.
He has the cruise. And I've talked about this. I've talked about it, I think, with Eddie, Dom. I don't know who all I've talked about it with, but every time I bring it up, they're like, I never thought of that. And I'm like, how the fuck did you not think of that, man?
Yeah.
Like,
and I
some
honestly,
strong faith coming out of that squadron.
and I think there's, I have friends from all of them, and I have met friends in all of them that have as strong a faith. And all of us, though, from my vintage, we would all agree, like, we just wish we were all in that time a little more open about it, even to the point of having like Bible studies and stuff together, versus like, and now we're definitely more, now we're all, more open about it. But it's my only regret, that. And back to Louis, I was like, I didn't share my faith with him or just having like what I believed and like why I have hope for the future, just because like no matter how bad all of this goes, like even if I get 100 years, right, get eternity in heaven, like, and it's going to be is better than I can imagine. Even if I would say something like that, right, because I believe in Jesus. I didn't, and he like died 2 nights later. And 2 nights later, I was standing, like I had just led our team up to a up to a building, and I was again the lead guy, the point man. So I was going to lead us through that door, and I stopped because there was a window here, and I had to pan through that window. And then there were guys in there waiting for us, so I engaged them through the window. The rest of the team goes past, or they were already past, and they're setting up on the door, and I'm like, 10 feet from the door at this point. And then I just remember, like, and Eddie wasn't even supposed to be there. He's supposed to be back over there getting ready to support with EOD. But then at the last minute, he kind of bumped up. And not Eddie, I'm sorry, Louis. And then all of a sudden, when the building blew up, I literally thought our breacher threw like some top secret grenade in there, because the whole building blew up. And I was like, what kind of grenade was that? Because the last thing I remember before passing out, because I was by the window, which saved me. The overpressure of being next to the window blew me, 30 feet away from the building, or however far. But it blew me enough to where I bounced off the next building, or the wall, right? So it blew me away from that window. I bounced off this compound wall over here. And then when I came to, all of that my assault team had been, crushed. And that's when Louis died. And he got basically where he was, there was a thick concrete roof, like a carport, like they have over there. That whole thing fell on him.
Shit.
And then other people, like our dog handler, he had like double compound femur fracture, 2 thigh bones sticking out. We had another guy who had like a full pelvic fracture, and then a couple of broken arms and a broken leg. Like, and they were all, and like, I'm the only one who didn't get hurt, but I mean, I got a concussion. I got blown away from the building because of and I was the first guy. I would be the first guy in, but I stopped and I was engaging other bad guys through a window, and then I got blown away from the window. And that's like 3 nights after, the Super Bowl Sunday. And I'll just never so I get medevaced because my bell was rung so hard that I couldn't stand up. I had that much of a concussion. And I had played high school football and 1 year of college football. So I know concussions, right? But I was like, man, and I was nauseous. So I get medevaced. I have to get a CAT scan. They say I'm fine, and I'm fine. I feel fine. But now my entire assault team gets sent home, from one houseborn IED, and then Eddie dies. Sorry, not Eddie. I keep saying that. Louis. Forgive me, Eddie. I did not mean your name. But Louis dies. And it was just nights after, Mike and Nate. So.
How are you handling that?
At the time, I didn't. At the time, I just,
compartmentalized it.
Yeah. Predator. I don't got time to bleed type deal. And then, honestly, that whole deployment was so busy. It was a couple nights later, we're operating again. They'd flown in guys to replace the rest of my team, and we're out back in the ground, chasing bad guys. Didn't have time to deal with it really. And it wasn't until later when I just realized like the thing that I will say, I don't have this. I mean, we all have whatever PTSD or whatever they call it now. I hear about people that struggle to fall asleep and, have brain fog and all the operator syndrome stuff. And I have none of it. Like, I don't even have nightmares about what I saw or what I did. And I attribute that to my faith. Like, I have none of that. I only have regrets of like not being willing to share my faith. Right. And certainly I know there are, I have my share of medical issues, right? And I probably have, brain issues from not just that one. I mean, I was IED'd 3 times. That was the one big one. But then there's all the grenades and just, shooting a little gun inside of a kill house. All of those things add up. I found out later that even you can get like brain issues from too many parachute jumps, just that opening shock, right?
Oh, shit.
Especially like the parachutes we had, which were for higher altitude. So they have less porosity, so they can open quicker at altitude. That means when you train lower, they open harder, if that makes any sense. So just all those things can lead to different brain, whatever, lesions or whatever they get now. But I don't I saw really bad things. I was put in situations where I had to, it was me or them. And I don't know, I sleep fine. I fall asleep. Like, the only time I don't sleep fine is when I have like stuff going on at work and I wake up at 2 a.m, take a leak, and then my brain starts to roll, right? Like, I'm sure we all get that, but I am, when I got out of the military, I tried, I never did drugs or anything, but I lost myself in work. I lost myself in, hobbies, or working out or the outdoors. Even, I drank quite a bit. But never like, I could never drink more than 2 nights in a row. Gives me a headache. But nothing ever fills the God-sized hole or the God-shaped hole that you have, other than that time spent in prayer and in reading the Bible and journaling. And I attribute that to my relatively well, being adapted from all the things I got to see and do. So, I don't know. And maybe that's not the case, but that's what I believe. So, and then I had
you ever think about why you were spared those 2 times in a row? And I'm sure there's a lot of others. I think you're doing the thing that you need to be doing.
I think about that all the time.
Yeah, me too.
I kind of wonder, was I spared to have the next kid? Or was I spared to go, am I fulfilling my calling and purpose? That's always the question.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's something I ask God every day. So, I don't know the answer to that.
It's a good question to ask.
Yeah. I think it's a good question to ask all the time, and keeps you kind of at least having something to aim at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I had a great, the Navy, as hard as the Navy is, and certainly the hard as it is to be that team, that team has been described as like a burning Ferris wheel. You get on it, it's on fire, and you're going to get burnt and you're going to get ground out and spit out the other end. but you still want it on it. You know what I mean? But as hard as the Navy was, and like all the things that happened to me in the Navy, like it gave me more than it took, you know, like, so I don't have any, like, I don't regret doing that.
Why did you wind up leaving?
So I got medically retired because of my kidney. And so I had lost, if we can rewind back to '02 when I lost my kidney and I'm on a hospital bed and I signed a waiver to stay in the military. I didn't know that that was a non-deployable waiver.
Are you fucking serious?
I immediately deployed right after it.
Wow.
And then I did 4 more at DEVGRU. And it wasn't until I got hurt in combat that the Bureau of Navy Medicine found out, because they had to sign off on my Purple Heart, and they showed up at the command. The Bureau of Navy Medicine shows up at DEVGRU at the command and says, "Where is this Frohardt?" And my boss, it's like, "Well, what do you mean? Why?" Like, it says here that he got injured in Iraq and he is being awarded a Purple Heart. How is that possible? He's like, "Well, what do you mean? He was over there and he got blown up in an IED." And the Bureau of Navy Medicine
How's
says,
this possible? You're at fucking DEVGRU, dipshit.
Yeah.
How do you think it's possible?
Bureau of
Like
Navy
what?
Bureau of Navy Medicine goes, "Well, he signed a waiver to stay in the military back in '02, and he was not supposed to deploy since that." And that's how wires get crossed and bureaucracies have no idea. Like, can you imagine?
Wow.
So I signed a waiver to stay in under the caveat that I couldn't deploy. And then I didn't know that. I was also high on morphine when I signed this waiver. And no one, like, I never read it. Never. And I just kept going.
Wow. Wow.
They finally caught up with me, right?
5 deployments later, they tell you
Yeah.
no more, huh?
Uh-huh.
Wow. Wow. Were you pissed?
So I was upset. I actually fought it for a little bit, and then I had to go get a med board. And the med board came back and said, "Yeah, you can't keep going." They said you could have shore duty. You could, and they even offered to let me stay at the command. Like, I could work, in a training role with the sniper guys or whatever. I would have taken that offer if I had 15 in and I only needed like 5 more. But at this point, I am almost like to 12 years, and I didn't want to do 10 years teaching people and not going. Like, if I can't go and go at the highest level, then I want out. And I got out. I had 6 months. They gave me 6 months because that was my EAOS.
6 months?
EAOS was 6 months. So I got out, like, I got catapulted not only out of the Navy, but like I was up to that point. Like, by the time my med board finished, I was training with the squadron getting ready to deploy. I found out
Holy shit.
I found out weeks before a deployment I was not going to be allowed to go. And then I had planned on, you know how it works. I was going to go on that deployment and re-enlist, because then I get my re-enlistment bonus tax-free. And instead of re-enlisting in December of '09, like, that was my EAOS, and it expired. So I found out in July of '06 that, like, I found out before that about that they weren't going to let me, but that's when my med board finalized. And then by not July of '06, but '09. And then by December of '09, I was out of the Navy. So I had no shore duty, no transition time. You know how you sometimes get a shore duty job or like you can go network and find your next thing. So now but I knew I needed to, like, if I'm getting out, I needed to leave Virginia Beach. So we left Virginia Beach.
Wow, you left that fast.
And it was, as hard as it was to join the Navy and become a SEAL, it was like harder to leave.
No idea what you're going to do.
So it was the hardest period of my life, you know, and I've had kidney stones in Hell Week, and I've been in hospitals from getting blown up, and I've lost teammates and all those things. But that period of time, those first couple of years post Navy, where like you get out and like I didn't know my purpose anymore. I didn't have a way to make a living. Like I couldn't find a job. So I had to like just start one. Like, I didn't have my team around me, the camaraderie with my teammates. And then most of all, like incorrectly, my identity was wrapped up in that trident. Like all of ours, I was singularly focused on one thing, and that was being a Navy SEAL. And that was taken from me. And that is how I defined myself. Like I was a SEAL first, then a husband, a father, and a Christian, and all these other monikers, right? But like my self-worth came from my profession. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I used to be able to say like, oh, what do you do for a living? I'm a Navy SEAL. And that meant something. And then all of a sudden I'm just, you know, another dad at Target buying diapers. So I lost all those things, and it was super, super hard. But then I just kind of found like, you know, my purpose now is to be a good husband and father.
How long did that take you to find?
Took a couple years.
How did you find it? Most people never do.
Back to my, I met some guys in Denver, and it was this faith-based business networking group, very similar to like YPO or YEO. And this group, we had these forums of like 6 or whatever guys. And, you know, there was this phrase called abiding, which is like remaining close. And we were always like talking about like, well, how much time did you spend abiding today? And for us, that was like made tactical, as in reading the Bible, praying, and like writing down some thoughts. Right. And that was the way for me. So it was within, I want to say in like 11 or probably 2012. And I had gotten out at the beginning of 2010, right? And starting in 2012, I started to like read the Bible and pray and read the Bible and just write a few thoughts in my journal and like get shit out of my head and onto paper. And then just trying it for a month. I did it for a month. A month became 2. 2 months became a year. And I've been doing it ever since.
Wow.
And as I was telling the other guy earlier on, like I want to say it was 2012 was the first year I read the Bible cover to cover. And now I've done it probably every year since. Just reading the Bible all the way through. Now there was one year where I just did the Old Testament, and 1 year where I just did the New Testament and went a little like deeper on it. But for the most part, that's what has helped me the most. That time that I spend in the Word and spend praying and journaling. And then when I finish that, then I do my morning workout, part of which is a walk, and I pray half of that walk. So, and
how do you pray?
Yeah. What's that?
How do you pray?
Oh, I have like
Like you talking?
yeah, just in my
Conversation?
quietly in my head. I'm like, I have a prayer that I do early, like, about faith and hope and love and trusting God and, thanking him for things and then asking for forgiveness and then embracing my weakness, my brokenness, and my neediness. Like I do all that. And then when I go on a walking prayer, I call it, I just start by thanking him for all the things. So it starts, I'm like, God, thank you for my relationship with you. Please help make me a better Christian. Help me grow closer with you. Then I go, in order, Leah, the kids, my parents and siblings, my in-laws, my extended family, my friends, my coworkers, teammates, past and present. I thank God for, our country, and I ask for, and I'm thanking and asking for help, right? Start by thanking, and then I ask for help. So that I will be better in all these ways. And then I even, I thank him for the church, and then ask me to help me to be, better brother of my brothers and sisters in Christ. Thank him for my country. And, I pray that more people would know and love you and have a relationship with you, and then be with our leaders, give them wisdom and discernment. I have it would take a while. And then I thank him for my health, and then for work. And then I ask him, show me what you would have me do. Thank him for every dollar he's given me, for our house. Just help me to be a better steward of that money and a better steward of our house. And then even hobbies and fitness. And I just kind of go while I'm walking or rucking or whatever. And I just I don't know, I leave those things, and I'm I go to work and I have so much energy until 2 or 3 p.m. I stop and I have a snack, and then I have energy all day until about 7 o'clock, have dinner, and then I finally wind down. But it gives, I would say, to anyone watching this, it sounds like a lot, but it is, if it takes an hour to do that, it's worth 7 hours of energy, right? Whatever you think the sacrifice is, if I only can give them, let's say it's 10 minutes, I believe that the payoff is more than 3 times what I put towards it, if that makes sense. So, yeah.
Makes sense. I've never thought of it like that.
It feels like a sacrifice at the time, but it is the energy you put forth, it pales in comparison to, the energy and the strength you get from it.
That's interesting. I'm going to have to try that.
Yeah. Please do.
I will.
Give it a month. Tell me how it goes.
I will. Let's take a quick break. Building.
What do you think, Shawn?
We're high. So we're transitioning into your civilian life.
Yep.
Coming from DEVGRU. But one thing that we forgot to cover is lead climber.
Yeah.
And how you got into that.
So I mentioned, like, in the like on a SEAL team, as you know, and for your audience's sake, everyone does a little bit of everything. We all cross train. We can shoot. We all know how to navigate. We all know medicine. We all know how to use a radio. Like, and then there's specialties. We all can breach a door, but there are breachers, right? And a couple of different things. Like, there was a time I was a point man, which is like a lead navigator / you had to be able to navigate the team to a thing, to a target, and then a sniper, which everyone knows what that is, and then a lead climber. And a lead climber would just be someone who would, as I mentioned on the boat, like on those shipboardings, I would be the first guy up a ladder. I could set the ladder better and then get everyone else up it. In Iraq and Afghanistan, it might be a compound wall or something like that. Usually it's not that, it's not quite that epic. But I showed up when I got in to finish my training, and I was at, Gold Team, Squadron, and me and the other new guy in my little assault team, like, my team leader looked at us, and the other guy was bigger, and he said, "You're going to be a breacher." And then he looked at me and he said, "How many pull-ups can you do?" And I was like, "I don't know, like 30 or whatever it was." He's like, "Well, then you're going to be a climber." And I had never climbed in my, like, besides the lead climbing I had done at SEAL Team 5 on the side of a ship. And so, long story short, I get voluntold into being a lead climber, and we do a climbing trip to Red Rocks, which is outside of Las Vegas. So I get 4 days of climbing on real rock at Red Rocks, followed by 4 days of climbing real rock somewhere else. So now imagine this, I have 8 days of rock climbing under my experience on, like, in a harness on real rock, like, not counting like a trip to a rock climbing wall, right? But like real rock. And like the group of lead climbers, the one guy decides we're going to go climb El Cap, right? Which is a 2,500 foot wall.
Holy shit.
And I'm like, oh, like, what? And so, long story short, I end up, I find myself in Yosemite National Park, and we're going to climb El Cap. So the 9th time in my life that I've ever even worn a sit harness is a training day on El Cap.
Holy shit.
The 10th time in my life that I wear it on real rock is day 1 on El Cap. Day 1.
Wow.
And we climb it in 3 days, spending 2 nights on portal edges on the side of it. The last night on the top. Finish the climb. Off the back side, you kind of walk, then rappel, walk. There's like a down climb with a couple of 100-foot rappels. And like El Cap, the way we did it, because we're not like able to climb it all in one day. So we have like haul bags with portal edges, which are cots that you sleep on.
Interesting.
2 gallons of water a day, all your ropes, all your food, your mountain house meals, and like you're carrying, each of us had 100 pounds of gear to start. So you're not climbing with all that. That's on an anchor, but you would climb, and then you build an anchor and you pulley that stuff up. And so you climb a few pitches each day. You make it as far as you can. Then you get as far as you safely can get with the light still, with the sun still out. And then you bust out this portal edge, which is a cot that you put together and strap it to the side of the rock. And the first night on El Cap, I think it was like 800 feet off the ground or something like that. But it was also it was steeper than vertical. So I was 6 foot away from the wall. So it was at a spot
Holy shit.
where there's an overhang and the rope hangs down and my cot is like, so I'm like 800 feet off the ground and 6 feet away from the wall, and it's just spinning in the wind. And I'm sleeping on this thing. And we finished that climb and come around the backside. And and I didn't know who this guy was at the time, but in the meadow, I think it's called Tuolumne Meadows or whatever, there's a young Alex Honhold looking up at El Cap. And some of the guys were like climbing dorks. Some of the guys at Gold were into I was not a climbing dork. Like, I didn't have the rock climbing magazines and all the, all that junk. Mm-hmm. And they're like, that's Alex Honnold. He's the next big deal, right? Like, we would have never known he was going to climb El Cap without a rope, a few years later. Well, many years later. But anyway, I went from no rock climbing to a couple of rock climbing trips. This was like, so I found out I was going to be a rock climber in 2006, and we climbed El Cap in 2007. So anyway, it was a pretty
Holy
steep
shit, dude.
That's a steep learning curve, but we finished that. And, one of the lead climbers, a guy named Heath Robinson, who died in extortion. And I obviously knew all those guys really well. Heath mentioned, like, he was the driving force behind El Cap, and we finished that climb, and he's like, I'm not going to do, we're not doing any more walls. We're going to go do mountains. So then we went and did Denali, which no one said we would ever get it done. But he sold the trip and made it happen. So we did Denali. And then, like, the next one, he handed it over to Rob Reeves, who also died in extortion. And he led the trip for Aconcagua. So Denali being the highest peak in North America, Aconcagua, the highest peak in South America. And that just kind of brings it full circle to, now climbing Kilimanjaro for a different reason, but one of the 7 summits.
Damn, that is cool, man.
Yeah. It was voluntold into being a lead climber.
Right on. Damn. That is cool.
Yeah.
I can't imagine sleeping on a cot that's fucking spinning around in the wind at whatever thousands of feet you are at.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's so not like, to me, like, climbing El Cap, a wall like that, like, that's scarier than jumping out of an airplane for me. Like, I don't know why. Like, it just, you have the one rope.
Yeah. And
your world is that one rope, and everything you do is that, like, bubble. Like, it's so consequential. You know what I mean? I'll happily go do another, like, mountain climbing thing, like mountaineering. I don't see myself climbing another 2,000 foot rock wall.
Holy shit.
Not after all the close calls.
Damn.
So
how are you, back to kind of your transition, how are you integrating in with the family after that pace?
Well, so I had gotten good at changing quickly from, warrior to husband and father.
Really?
Right? I could reintegrate very quickly. And it was because, like, you had to, like, at the command, I would go, there were no decompression stops back then. You would come home. Like, in 06, I did a mission on the last night of a deployment, finished that mission. We had gotten in a gunfight on that mission. Finished that mission, came back to the base. I didn't even have time to wash my camis. Threw everything in a bag. Didn't have time to clean my gun or anything. Threw my clothes in a bag, my gun in a box. We flew out of that base, without being too specific. refueled in Ramstein, and I was in Virginia Beach at a Panera holding my kid 36 hours later.
Wow.
After,
Holy shit.
literally after a gunfight. And it was just kind of like, it was kind of a trip, right? I was like, but the hardest part was when I never got to go back. Like when I never got to turn on warrior mode again. And then it was like, as far as reintegrating into the family, I just, had to, have my quiet time in the morning. My time in prayer, my time in the word, a little bit of journaling, and
You started that immediately.
probably, 1.5 to 2 years after I got out.
Okay.
But the other thing is when I immediately got out, like I also went 18 months without having a paycheck. So I just didn't have time to think. Like it was like this consulting or this doing that, or like teaching this class, or I briefly did like adjunct instructor with Mid-South or security consulting or whatever. Eventually we, bought a gun range, but like, I just didn't have time to wallow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And now I like, sometimes we have time to think and overthink and like, just kind of, I guess, wallow's the word, brood on something and not just like go out there and do it. And I didn't have that luxury. I got out, no college degree, didn't have a job lined up, and, had 3 kids and groceries to buy. And then, then we had a 4th kid. Because we're smart.
But then you became an entrepreneur.
Yep.
What was your first venture?
So at first did just some security consulting, and that led us to doing some corporate presentations. And that kind of segued into, we were teaching this guy how to shoot, and we took him to a gun range in Denver, and they wouldn't let us rapid fire, and they wouldn't let us draw from a holster. And as you and I know, like if you're going to shoot a gun for self-defense, you need to know how to draw from a holster, and you might need to shoot more than one shot every 5 seconds. So we were like, this is no way to train. And he was just like, he's a very wealthy guy and awesome business mentor of ours from Denver, ended up being one of our investors. He just said, well, why don't you guys raise money and buy a gun range? Like if you can't train correctly here, and at the time Denver had like 2, maybe 3 gun ranges, they all sucked. He's like, why don't you just either build one or make one? So, there was a problem to solve, and he helped us find an answer. So we actually found some people, we raised money, bought a gun range, and owned and ran a gun range. And it was, firearms training, and then a gun store, and then lanes for rent. Kind of a 3-legged stool, right? And I did that. We did that for a while together, me and my business partner. And after a few years, stepped down from the day-to-day, and then I went and ran a fitness organization called Strong First. Most notably known for their like kettlebell training. And this was Pavel's company. And he's the guy who introduced the kettlebell to the West.
Oh.
So he's the reason there's a kettlebell in every gym now.
Right on.
So I had met him at DEVGRU, because when you're at DEVGRU, you bring in the experts for everything. And we brought him in to teach us how to kettlebell once. And I stayed in touch with him. And I had used the kettlebell like to help get me ready for like deployments and for Denali and Aconcagua and all, like everything, right? I combine like kettlebell with a little bit of body weight and cardio. I still do it to this day, right? And so I'm a believer of it. And then he was asking me to help him find his next CEO. And I was in that, at that point, I was in that like habit of, reading the Bible, praying, and then then I had added a lunchtime walk with a little quick prayer. So I'm on my lunchtime walk with a prayer, and like I just heard God say, well, you should apply for the job working for Pavel. And then I went and did that for about 3 years. Wow. And I got to, that was a great job. And I was, really, it was a blessing to work with and for Pavel. And I had, the gun range we had anywhere from 40 to 50 employees at the peak. But I was also like my business partner and I, like we just, like it needed one captain. Mm-hmm. That ship needed one captain. And then also I just felt like I'm always trapped to this facility. Like I can't, like if I go on vacation, I can't work from vacation. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And then I started working for Strong First, and I was working remotely back in 2014 before that was a thing. Cause our team, our US team was everywhere from Pittsburgh to Venice Beach and everywhere in between. And then our global team, we had instructors in 30 some countries. We were doing events we had 4,000 instructors in 30 some countries doing events on almost every continent, not Antarctica. And basically I worked at I led the headquarters group and like a senior group of instructors, and we were licensing the material to be taught in other countries and continents and stuff like that. So, and there was no Zoom back then. It was called GoToMeeting, and there was, obviously cell phones, but like very early, like, very good experience for me kind of leading a geographically distributed team. Did that for 3 years. And then I went to work I had helped the NRA rewrite some of its concealed carry curriculum. Just as one of my side gigs. And in so doing, I was talking to one of the leaders there, and he basically hired me to run NRA's education and training. So I left the fitness organization and then went to work for NRA headquarters. And I was living in Denver, but like I had to commute to Fairfax via Dulles.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So I did that for 3 years. It was going okay. I mean, it wasn't without its drama, right? Just the politics of it all. And I was working on the ops side, like it's training. It should be free from
bureaucracy.
Not free from bureaucracy, but free from politics.
Yeah.
But like there was a lot of politics there just because it attracts politicians. You know what I mean? Also, I was never going to play the game the way it needed. I was only going to do the job, not play the game. So I was kind of doomed. And if I was going to do the job the way it needed to be done, like at some point I needed to move there. And we were living in Denver, and I wasn't going to move my family to Virginia.
Yeah.
I didn't want to go back. Right. And I loved Denver, up until COVID. But I loved I loved that job. I enjoyed it, but, it was time to move on. So I did that until 2020. And then in 2020, I just started to do consulting. And that kind of bounced me around a little bit. Again, like when you get out, you just find a way or you make one. Mm-hmm. And we're good at, hustling and learning and problem solving and communicating and all those skills. And I have since, I worked at a beverage company for a while.
I saw that.
We had a CBD gummy. We had a CBD drink. We had a bottled water. We had an energy drink. then I was a consultant. I worked at an energy company that does like natural gas fired plants and like solar and even battery plants. Just helping with like culture and ops. And then I was even helping some of the developers there, just as a, like not a lead developer, but I would help lead developers.
It's
So
like the resume.
it's just like, find a way or make one.
Yeah,
Right. Which is, eventually, I had also always been doing a lot of speaking. It's always been a passion of mine. And I started doing that in 2012. And there have been years where I've done like 10 or 12 events, and there's years when I've done like 2 or 3. But I just enjoy just sharing my story. And then like I have the 12 years in, but then now it's like 14 or more. Well, now 15 out.
Yeah.
And I kind of merge hey, this worked in the teams, doesn't work out here. I have seen how different they are, and not everything is the same, right? And I found ways to like kind of tie in things that work in the teams, in the SEAL teams, and work on the outside. And mostly that's what I talk about when I speak. And it's typically like elite teams, aspects of an elite team, or how a small team or an outnumbered team can get big results, or it's basic leadership or teamwork. And that's on the corporate side. And then once in a while I get an opportunity to go just speak with a sports team, or a couple of weeks ago, like a big men's ministry group. So that's kind of the side gig now.
Right on. This men's ministry group, that's the side gig?
No, speaking.
Speaking's
So
the side gig.
Day job. I have a great job working for, it's called Goldenrod Companies, and they are a real estate, I would say real estate development and investment organization company in Omaha. They have offices. Let's see, we have offices in Atlanta and Dallas and Omaha, and then I think some in Tulsa and opening new spots. But it's a founder-led organization. He has a family office, which we would call it a headquarters group in our vernacular. So under his headquarters group, there are, let's say, 6 portfolio companies, separate companies, all doing different things, but they all fit within the real estate, world, right? And I don't know much about real estate investment or development or legal or finance or insurance, or like even has construction companies. All those things are happening. I'm just helping standardize operations and culture. So I don't do any of the things they do, right? I just help standardize the culture and the ops, think of that as a horizontal going across those verticals.
Right on.
So,
right on.
Which is a good fit when you have a side gig of also doing speaking gigs, because you're talking mostly about culture and teamwork and building those things.
Yeah.
So fits pretty nicely.
What, as you know, a lot of guys struggle with finding the next purpose, the next thing, know. What kind of advice do you have for the next generation who's separating right now, getting out, looking for the next thing, thinking that nothing's going to measure up to what they did before?
Oh, man. The first thing I would say is, I think it's if you have and I didn't have this luxury, but if you have, if you can take a minute and just get that, it could be a month, could be 2 months, or just have a little bit of time to unwrap, right? I didn't get that. But then the next thing I would say is your first job getting out of the military might not be your ultimate thing. Just take a base hit. You can't
It's a good point.
get the base hit. And, Jordan Peterson had this thing about having an aim, right? Where you have an aim, you have something you're aiming at, and it might be on top of this hill, and you're walking towards that. But as you get higher towards it, like your aperture opens and like you see more, and you realize like, oh, that's not my goal anymore. But because you took a step forward, like you're moving towards it. If you hadn't have moved towards it, you would have been down here still planning about it.
Yep.
Right. And I think like too many people are stuck down here planning about like what to do next. Like find that like base hit. It does not have to be like
The end all be all.
no, but you're on your way towards it. Like you'll either get there and realize that's not what I want to do, or B, like something else, some opportunity will open en route, right? My job now, I went and met with the founder of this company and the CFO, and I was just going there to think I was interviewing to do another speaking gig.
Are you?
And then he just asked, well, would you come help us with our, our culture and our operations? You just don't know, right? And I enjoy doing that sort of thing. It fits well for me with doing my, the speaking that I do about teamwork and leadership and elite performance and all that. So, you just don't know. I would say like to keep it simple, like take a break. That's fine. Don't make it too long and then get a base hit.
Good advice.
Yeah.
Good advice. At the beginning of the interview, you had mentioned something about I don't know a better way to say it, but you had mentioned something about that the service, your time in the SEAL teams, your time at development group was for selfish reasons.
Yeah. Yep.
And that you wanted to circle back on that. I was curious where you were going with that. I think I know, but I'm curious.
Yeah, it all changed. Like, so I joined, chip on my shoulder. I'm going to prove people wrong. I can do it. We all kind of had that. I'm assuming like I want to go prove, this is like, that's one of the reasons I did it. It's supposed to be the hardest training in the military. Right. And then, 9/11 happened and I found myself, in a position to, do something about it. Right. Or just to be in a position to like serve my country. So it changed from that selfish pursuit to that more like pursuit of service and sacrifice. Which I think happens a lot.
Yep. Well, Eric, we're wrapping up the interview.
Cool.
You want to end this thing with a prayer?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
You
want to lead it?
Sure.
All right.
God, I just thank you for this opportunity today. I pray that you would continue to watch over and bless Shawn and his family and his team and all of the Shawn Ryan Show. Continue to help them make the impact they are, not just for their guests, but for all of the people that get to watch this show, Lord. And I pray that the things said here in this building that you have blessed would be pleasing to you and would make an impact for your kingdom. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
Good.
Eric, it was an honor, man.
Yeah, no, thank you, bro.
Thank you.
Hopefully I wasn't rambling too long.
No, it was awesome. It was awesome. Let's go blow some shit up.
Yeah.
No matter where you're watching the Shawn Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this at all, anything, please like, comment, and subscribe. And most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, head to Apple Podcasts and Spotify and leave us a review.